for us.
My name is Tonia, T-O-N-I-A, Werner, W-E-R-N-E-R.
All right, thank you. You may be seated, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Where do you work?
I'm employed at Meridian Behavioral Health Care in Gainesville, Florida.
And what services do you render there?
I'm their chief medical officer.
And can you tell the jury what your educational background is?
Yes. So I graduated with an undergraduate degree at the University of South Florida in chemistry. I then attended medical school at American University of the Caribbean. I did a residency in psychiatry at Connecticut Valley Hospital in Connecticut under the auspices of Yale University. I then came back to Florida and did a fellowship 1 year in forensic psychiatry at the University of Florida.
And since your educational background, what have you been doing professionally?
Yes. So I'm a licensed physician in Florida. I am board certified in general psychiatry and forensic psychiatry. I was initially employed on faculty at the University of Florida from 1998 through 2015. I retired there as the vice chairman of the Department of Psychiatry and the director of the Forensic Institute. I then went to work as the chief medical officer at Meridian Behavioral Health Care, which is a community mental health center.
What is psychiatry?
So psychiatry is the treatment of mental health disorders.
And what is forensic psychiatry?
Forensic psychiatry is the interplay of psychiatry and the law, so anywhere where psychiatry intersects with legal issues.
What is the difference, if any, between a psychiatrist and a psychologist?
So a psychiatrist has gone to medical school, where a psychologist has not.
And as a licensed physician, are you able to prescribe medication?
Yes, I am.
In the course of practicing medicine as a psychiatrist, do psychiatrists prescribe medication to treat mental disorders?
Yes, we do.
And when did you begin your work as a forensic psychiatrist as opposed to working at the faculty at the University of Florida, or was that concurrent?
In 1996 in the state of Connecticut. While I was doing my training at Yale University, I testified for the first time as an expert witness in the state of Connecticut.
And over the course of your career, have you done forensic psychiatric evaluations?
I have,
Approximately how many?
thousands of times.
And does this include on matters such as competence?
Yes, it does.
And does it, just explain briefly to the jury, what does that mean, legal competence?
So competence is, do they understand the legal process? Do they understand who the different players are in the courtroom, who's on their side, who's not on their side, what they're charged with, what the possible penalties are, what the possible plea options are?
And have you ever done any forensic evaluations about insanity?
I have. I've done sanity at the time of the crime, and also I've been appointed by the governor of the state of Florida to do sanity for execution.
And have you ever been involved in working as a forensic psychiatrist involving the subject matter of battered spouse syndrome?
I have.
Can you describe your experience in that area for the jury?
I've been asked to do evaluations by the prosecution and defense several times with regards to, and it's come up in different cases, criminal cases with regards to intimate partner violence.
And does all violent episodes within a relationship result in something that we are describing as battered spouse syndrome?
No.
And I see there is a book in front of you. What book is in front of you?
Yes. So this is the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, and this is the 5th edition text revision, which is the most current edition.
Is battered spouse syndrome in there as a diagnosis?
No, it is not.
And where, if anywhere, does it fit into any of the categories within the DSM-5 TR?
It would come under one of the trauma categories, most specifically under most likely post-traumatic stress disorder.
Can you describe for the jury what post-traumatic stress disorder is?
So this is a disorder that's recognized under the DSM for individuals who have suffered a traumatic event, and then they have re-experiencing of the traumatic event. They have different symptoms besides re-experiencing, such as hyperarousal, and also avoidance of triggers or symptoms, things that would trigger a response to it.
Are there any agreed upon criteria within the relevant forensic psychiatric and forensic psychological communities about battered spouse syndrome?
There are.
And what would those be?
So it's again, having experienced a trauma, repeatedly, violence within an intimate relationship, and then having symptoms secondary to that. Avoidance, so tiptoeing around, trying to avoid recreating the violence.
And if a person experiences an environmental stimuli, something happens to them, another person does or says something to them, is their subjective reaction what is defined as whether there's trauma present or not?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Let me rephrase it.
You can rephrase.
You described there's a difference between experiencing a violent relationship and whether or not that person is going to experience trauma from those behaviors they witness and experience. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now I've lost my train of thought. Is it fair to say that an experience that a person has, whether or not that person believes it's traumatic, is a subjective experience?
Yes, each individual is different, and so each individual is going to take that experience differently.
Can hypothetically a couple be involved in a violent relationship for a number of years, even 3.5 years, and battered spouse syndrome not necessarily apply to either or both of them?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you explain that?
So again, each individual is different. So one individual may develop the symptoms of battered spouse syndrome, and one individual may not under the same exact circumstances, just depending on their makeup and what they've experienced in their background and their biological makeup.
And is there a cycle of violence that is sometimes used to describe battered spouse syndrome?
There is.
Can you describe that?
There is. So there's the initial, there's kind of a tension buildup section where you feel the kind of tension building up, and the individual can feel kind of the incident coming, and then there's the actual incident of violence. And then following the incident of violence, there's a honeymoon phase, what they call the honeymoon phase, and that's the third phase, where the individual who created the violence attempts to make up to the victim and recreate kind of the relationship and pull them back in. And then it starts all over again, where you feel the kind of tension start building up again to the incidents of violence.
Does abuse have to come in the form of physical or sexual violence?
No.
Can you explain your answer?
So it can also come in ways of coercion. It can come in ways of control, such as financial. So if an individual controls another individual financially, or controls their ability to drive or go out, their ability to be around their other family members or friends, kind of isolates them from other individuals, controls their ability to work, so controls their ability to make money or access to funds, so they can control them in any number of ways.
Is this kind of about like an inequitable power dynamic in the relationship?
Yes, absolutely.
Can a man be on the receiving end of emotional or physical or sexual trauma and potentially experience, strike that. Can a man be on the receiving end of verbal, harsh words, physical violence, or sexual violence and end up having the syndrome of battered spouse syndrome?
Yes, it crosses all boundaries, and we see it in all types of relationships, whether it be heterosexual or homosexual relationships. We see it cross all boundaries.
And can this element of control come from controlling personal items such as identification papers?
Yes, absolutely.
Can control potentially, hypothetically, come from partner A gifting partner B an item, but still considering that item partner A's because he or she paid for it, even though it was a gift?
Yes.
And in this particular case, were you asked to do an evaluation of Sarah Boone?
Yes,
Do you see Ms. Boone in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point out where she is and what she's wearing?
She's sitting at a table there wearing a dark suit and a pinkish top.
May the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect.
What date did you have an evaluation of Ms. Boone?
It was early in October, I believe October 2nd.
And this was at the request of the state of Florida
Yes, it was.
and subject to a court order?
Yes.
And who was present for this evaluation?
The defense and the prosecution.
All right. Tell us about the evaluation with Ms. Boone. What do you do first?
So I met with Ms. Boone at the jail in a conference room. Again, the prosecution was there and her attorney. I met with her for approximately 2.5 hours, just under 2.5 hours. I introduced myself and explained that the interview would not be confidential, that I would be coming to court if asked to share my opinions. And she agreed to participate. I then start out with just general information, so getting to know her, date of birth, kind of background information, who her parents are, childhood. I go through her educational background, her work background, her marital background. I go through health, psychiatric background, any substance use issues. I do a mental status examination.
Can I stop you there?
Yeah.
Elaborate further on that.
So a mental status examination is just questions to determine kind of memory and cognition, kind of how their thought process is, how they're thinking. Are they able to kind of fluidly think through processes?
All right, go on after that.
And then I transitioned from there into walking through the incident that happened with her.
All right, what did she indicate occurred on February 23rd, 2020 to you?
All right. Is it all right if I refer to my notes just a minute?
Just if you need them to refresh your memory, please do so, but don't read from them. Just let us know.
So she had a difficult time recalling what time they actually woke up that day. Initially, she said in the morning, and then she said she wasn't even sure that it was in the morning. She said that they both wanted to drink, but that she asked that they could clean the house first instead, and that they did some vacuuming and cleaning. They had a half a bottle of wine left over from the day before that they drank. She felt about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They drank that out on the back porch. And she described that they had kind of 2 beach chairs out there and a dartboard, and that they kind of hung out there a lot on the back porch, spent time out there. They did a puzzle out there and completed that, and then did some kind of artwork. She felt like he was getting frustrated thinking about his life, that he had lost his job. And so she encouraged him to call his daughters, although she knew that that they did not like to talk to him when he was drinking. So I'm not sure why she had encouraged him to call them at that point, because they were already drinking. And she also at some point encouraged him to call his brother, because she wanted him to explain to his brother that he had pulled her down the stairs the night before, although that didn't happen. He didn't explain that to the brother, and according to her. And Then at some point, they went and got another bottle of wine and some cigarettes from the grocery store and continued to drink. And then they were inside the house, and then he, I guess, tagged her at some point and said, "Tag, you're it," which indicated that they were going to play hide and seek. And she said she went upstairs and hid in the shower and waited for him to come, and he never came upstairs. Excuse me. And so she eventually came out of the shower to look for him, and as she was coming down the stairs, she said she saw him slipping into a suitcase, which was on the living room floor, that they had put out because they were going to donate it. And, sorry. And so she went downstairs and indicated that she had found him, and they were kind of laughing, and she zipped the suitcase up, and they continued to laugh, she said, at that point. And they were having a good time and laughing and enjoying themselves and having a good time. And she said, and then she became angry. And she said she remembered what it felt like when he was choking her. And she became angry.
What did she do after she became angry?
I'm going to refer to my notes at this point.
To refresh your memory, just
Yes.
put them down and then tell us what you remember.
She said that she shook the suitcase and that she lost control of it and it flipped.
And then what happened?
Then she said that he stuck two fingers out and her son's baseball bat was sitting there, and she picked the bat up and hit his hand.
Then what happened?
And then she went upstairs and waited for him to come upstairs.
All right. Alcohol. Can you tell us what you know about the effects as a medical doctor of ethanol or alcohol on a human body?
Yes. So it causes intoxication, as we all know, and it causes disinhibition. It works on the frontal lobe of the brain and allows us to do things that we wouldn't normally do. It disinhibits us.
And in the course of your practice, have you ever come across a diagnosis of alcohol abuse disorder?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, alcohol abuse is an old disorder. So we used to use alcohol dependence and alcohol abuse. It's now been combined in the DSM-5. In the DSM-5 TR, it's alcohol use disorder.
In considering what a patient or a client or somebody that you've been asked to evaluate by a government entity, do you take into account that person who's relaying the history to you's a consumption of alcohol at the time of the history that they're given?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because again, it affects their behavior and their actions.
Does alcohol have any effect on a person's memory?
It can.
What, if any, relationship is there between acute alcohol use or acute alcohol intoxication and battered spouse syndrome?
Again, it can affect your memory. It can affect your reactions. It can affect your response to different things.
Does the disinhibitory nature of alcohol strengthen, weaken, or have no effect on battered spouse syndrome?
It would depend on each individual again.
Generally speaking, it is important as an evaluator to get as much information as possible before rendering an opinion, such as diagnosing somebody with something out of the DSM-5 TR or battered spouse syndrome.
Yes.
In this particular case, did you require any additional information to reach your conclusion about the relationship between battered spouse syndrome and the events of this evening?
I based my opinion on the information that I had. Certainly, if there was more information, my opinion would be subject to change.
And What was your opinion?
My opinion was that she did not give me enough information to diagnose her with post-traumatic stress disorder at the time that I evaluated her at the jail.
And specifically talking about,
Judge, if we could approach the bench.
Yes. Members of the jury, thank you so much for your patience. I have a matter I have to discuss with counsel outside of y'all's presence. It may take a little bit more time than just our conference up here, and we don't want to have y'all just hanging out waiting for us to figure out what we're going to do next. So I appreciate your patience. We're going to excuse you to the deliberation room at this time. Please do not conduct any independent investigation or research as to the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any conversations amongst yourselves or anyone else about those things, and we'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you. Y'all can be seated. Thank you. Mr. Owens, if you can find me that portion of the transcript that we were addressing as to additional opinions and other depositions and anything in Dr. Werner's deposition that you believe we need to address regarding this opinion as it relates to PTSD.
Well, and Judge, it applied to every opinion she was going to express. It started on page 37, line 24. As it relates to Sarah Boone, do you have any diagnosis as it relates to her? And then 38 is when she started talking about a generalized anxiety disorder and that she was not for sure whether Sarah Boone had a generalized anxiety disorder versus if it was just an adjustment disorder to being in jail. And then she also mentioned in that same answer that Sarah Boone had some narcissistic personality traits and that those were my two major diagnoses. And then I questioned her further about that. She explained again on line 17 about general anxiety disorder versus the adjustment disorder, and that I hadn't had time to fully formulate that opinion out. Line 21, I need time to go through my notes, think about it, and process it.
Page. We're still on page 38?
38, line 21. I need time to go through my notes, think about it, process it. But I had other depositions, as you're aware, yesterday, so I had to prepare for those and go through that. So I have not had time to process all my notes. And I said on line 39, well, doctor, I'm trying not to inconvenience you. You know, we're set for trial October 7 for jury selection. Line 6, I anticipate your testimony would be until a little later. So we could discontinue the deposition and then reset it when you've got time to review. Because obviously I'm not going to want to take your deposition and you have other opinions that are not going to be covered. And then I asked, looks like Mr. J asked, what's your position? He said, conducting discovery after the jury trial starts is completely unacceptable to me. So that's my position. If she needs to issue a supplemental report or if there has become a need for a second deposition, then we can address that. But it would be my position that we need to get this done because the state doesn't have any appellate rights once jury is sworn and jeopardy attaches. And I say on line 23 of page 39, well, you obviously understand my position. I'd like to finish the deposition today as well. But if she is holding out that she may have other opinions and other diagnosis after she has had more time to think, review the paperwork, then obviously that creates an issue. And then she said, but if that happens, I can bring that forward, and then you can add to your deposition at that point if my opinions change after having reviewed further. And I referred to Mr. J. Page 9 of 40, Mr. J says, I think we plow ahead. This is our time with her. Court reporter's prepared to give us a transcript by the end of the week. Something needs to be amended.
End of the weekend.
End of the weekend. If something needs to be amended, then she can A, issue a report, B, if we need to take a deposition, an abbreviated deposition on the limited subject matter she is not prepared to testify about on today, then we can do that. But the notion of halting a deposition today that is set for 3 hours and then doing a 3-hour deposition during trial, especially after jeopardy is attached, is not what the state would do. Then I respond on page 40, line 23. I'm not suggesting that, Mr. J. I'm suggesting what you just said at the very beginning, which is let's finish. But if she has some supplement, then I would want to take a brief second deposition as it relates to any new diagnosis or opinions. Mr. J responds on line 4. Okay. What I'm understanding her to say is right now, there has been a previous diagnosis of an adjustment disorder in some of the records, and she just needs to review her records to see if she thinks that is the best diagnosis that she would give as opposed to a generalized anxiety disorder. And then the witness says, you essentially flipped that, Mr. J, upside down. You got that backwards. So we go on to page 42. Line 1, Mr. Owens, I agree. And Dr. Werner, just let the state attorney know.
Okay, but we're skipping a massive portion of 41
Okay,
that addresses specifically opinions
let me go back.
as it relates to generalized anxiety disorder.
Okay, the witness starts on line 15. So she's saying she has the generalized anxiety disorder, and I'm saying I want to review it more. Because Sarah Boone had disclosed to the doctor that she had been previously diagnosed with a generalized anxiety disorder. And so the doctor, Werner, was considering that admission, but she was saying, I want to review it more to see if I think it's more of an adjustment disorder to being in jail, Judge, to being in the correctional setting right now. And that the stressors that she is under right now as opposed to a generalized anxiety disorder. So Mr. J says on line 22, okay, so on this topic, if something new comes up, then we can address it. But if you have other topics to depose her on, then I suggest we go on. And then page 42, line 1, that's when I say, I agree, and Dr. Werner, just let the state attorney know. I know that you may be, we are on short time. If you do review your notes over the weekend or whatnot, and formulate any other opinions, just let the state attorney know, and I will address it.
We'll address it.
And we'll address it. Line 7, the witness, Dr. Werner says absolutely. And then, do you want me to continue reading or?
If there's portions you want to highlight for me, I mean, I have the transcript. I'm following along with you.
That was the general understanding that we had about all diagnoses, all opinions that she may have. And so she starts talking about the mental status exam that she gave her, and then she page 43, line A, she said she has narcissistic personality disorder traits. Or I asked that question, That's how she answered. She goes through a little bit of that. And then paraphrasing, she talks about the grandiose component or criteria that she met. And then on page 45, I asked her what other criteria, on line 1, would tend to indicate that she was a narcissist. And the answer by Dr. Werner, I didn't say that she was. I said that she has narcissistic traits. And that was the examples.
Judge, excuse me for interrupting, but can we lasso this back into?
I understand that's what the depo reflects, but the non-objection which led to objection pertains to an opinion specifically about post-traumatic stress disorder. And at this time, no opinion is being referenced, nor does the call of the question pertain to narcissistic personality traits or a diagnosis of narcissism. The question pertains to PTSD.
All right, page 46. Line 1, question, okay. Do you feel like she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder? Line 3, answer. She didn't give me criteria with regards to that. She discussed having fear and anxiety of his family and fear that they would come into the jail or have someone else come into the jail and harm her. She talked about that. And she spoke about, having recollections, remembering abuse from George during the evaluation. Question 13, line 13, on 46. But you don't believe that she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder, in your opinion? Answer, line 15. No. I would have to look back through my notes to see if she fully met the criteria. Question, line 17. Can you explain why you don't think she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder? Answer, line 19. No. I didn't say one way or the other. I would have to look back through my notes for that. Line 21, question. Is that something that you may, in the future, give an opinion about after some time reflecting and reviewing your notes? Line 24, answer. I may. Number 25, question. Okay. And that's something you will let the lawyers know about if that changes? Answer, line 2 of page 47, yes. That's specific to the post-traumatic stress disorder.
Okay.
So at the time of this deposition, when I asked her specifically,
So what's the legal objection? What are the legal grounds of the objection?
I would not take that deposition, Judge. When she said, I have not had time sufficiently to answer these questions, these diagnoses, these opinions, if this wasn't set for a definitive date that you had already told me it's not going to be continued, I would refuse to take that deposition. But under the promises from the state,
What
I
are
will
the
be
legal,
notified of
what are
any
the
changes.
legal grounds of your objection? I'm familiar with the background. I'm familiar with the time frame. I'm familiar with all the dates and the depots and the coordination and everything we had to do to get this all teed up before trial. What are the legal grounds of your objection? I understand the backdrop.
I mean, I don't know if there's a legal ground other than we had an agreement as attorneys, as parties, that I would be notified of a change of opinion and I would be allowed to take a second deposition. That's the only thing I know to object to.
Okay.
Because I was not given that opportunity, which was an agreement between the parties.
Response.
Judge, I don't appreciate the implications that they're making. What I would proffer with this witness is, we spoke yesterday. I asked her if she had any change in her opinion about any of the diagnoses. She said no. And I asked, well then, my position, my understanding of her position is that it doesn't matter whether she had PTSD or not, because what Ms. Boone said at the time was that she zipped Mr. Torres up into the suitcase. They were both laughing, and once he was already secured in the suitcase, she became angry and then did all the things that she did. My expected answers from the doctor, based on a very brief conversation yesterday and this morning, was that if I asked her whether or not PTSD or BSS had anything to do with this particular case, that her answer would be, it doesn't matter because of what she stated happened. I'm not asking her about her diagnosis of PTSD. I'm not going to be going into narcissism. I'm not going to go into whether or not she ever delineated the difference between adjustment disorder or anxiety, because my understanding of what she told me was that none of this matters. None of this matters because of what she said to us during the evaluation.
But the question was, and I may have to ask Madam Court Reporter to read it back, but my memory of what the question was is, have you formulated an opinion with regard to PTSD?
And my expected answer was, it doesn't matter because of what she said during the evaluation.
Okay. Unfortunately, that was not the answer that came from the witness. The answer was a
I understand that, but that's
definitive
not
no.
the attorney's fault.
I'm not casting blame. I'm just going back over of what was asked and what was said. Okay.
Yes.
Judge, and That's his position, that post-traumatic stress disorder, that doesn't apply in this case, and that he, I'm sure, reflected his opinion to the expert. But that doesn't mean that that's my opinion, that post-traumatic stress does not apply.
That's irrelevant for the purposes of this argument.
Well, their discussions and him feeling like it didn't apply.
Okay, as an officer of the court, he just told me he spoke to the expert yesterday and the opinions hadn't changed. And the opinion that was offered at the deposition was, I'm not sure. And based on what he had proffered as to what he expected the answer to be, the answer was not going to be any different. It's not applicable. It doesn't matter because of what she told me. That's unfortunately not the answer that was given. So what is it that you're asking me to do at this time, Mr. Owens?
I'm asking, I don't know if we need to proffer the entire testimony of this witness, because opinions and diagnoses have apparently changed. I think I have a right to take a second deposition before she testifies.
What other opinions, Mr. J, if any, are going to be offered by Dr. Werner?
May I just proffer?
Yes.
All right, you've been present for all this hearing, yes, doctor?
Yes.
Am I misrepresenting any of our conversations?
No.
All right. And so if I ask you if battered spouse syndrome or PTSD has any relationship to the facts of the case as the defendant relayed them to you, what would be your answer?
That it's not related to the incident as she reported it.
Okay. And if I ask you, therefore, if there were any prior instances of violence, would that change your opinion? What would your answer be?
No.
And if you reviewed any other materials, would that change your opinion based on what she told you about what happened that evening?
No.
That's it.
Judge, number one, she's given a legal opinion. Number two, it's a discovery violation.
What is the legal opinion?
That post-traumatic stress disorder doesn't apply in this case.
Dr. Harper testified it did, and that's what experts do.
I would like to have known that, and that was going to be her opinion before today.
That's not a change in testimony.
Where is that a change in the
So you're going to
deposition?
have to read the whole transcript. I asked.
No. This is a 87-page transcript. You're objecting. You have the burden to establish your objection.
Give me a minute. I'll read through it and find where I asked her.
I mean, this isn't the first time I've looked at this deposition. The state provided it to me when we had the hearing on whether or not battered spouse would be permitted. And the state provided specific highlights for me to look at. At no point in time did the defense say, look at this, look at this, look at this, in her deposition when we had that hearing. So other than what's being provided to me right now and what's been testified to this morning, I don't know what opinions she has. All I know in coming into today is what the basis of her opinion was, specifically with regard to any of the statements that Ms. Boone had provided, which was the whole crux of the state's motion to prevent battered spouse from coming into evidence.
Judge, if you look at page 66, line 20. Let me know when you're there, Judge.
Hang on. Yes, sir.
Page 66, line 20, question. Okay, so other than the couple of hours that you intend to maybe reflect on your notes and anything else, any other work that you intend to do on this case? Answer, 23, no, sir. Not that I'm aware of. Line 24, question. And you've expressed all your opinions, at least generally here today. Answer, page 67, line 1. Yes, sir. Question. Then I go into these. Then on 67, line 7, question. Just double dog sure. You admit that you have no other opinions other than the ones you've expressed here today. Line 10, answer. That I've been asked about. If I'm asked something else, that I'll offer it. Number 12, question. And you've been provided all the resources you need to rely on and express your opinions. Line 14, answer. I have based an opinion on the resources that I've been provided. If there's other things out there to be provided that may or may not change my opinion. I believe it's a discovery violation because I should have been notified if there was going to be a change in opinions here today. And we had an agreement that I was going to be allowed to retake the deposition and not be ambushed in the middle of the trial with a new opinion.
What new opinions are different based on what Mr. J proffered the testimony is going to be?
I'd have to ask Madam Clerk to reread the question and the answer from the expert. It's been so long now.
Madam Clerk, or Madam Court Reporter, are you able to reread the portion of the proffer as to what Mr. J asked of the witness? Absolutely. Of course. Madam Court Reporter, have you had the opportunity to review the transcript as to the proffer of Dr. Werner's testimony? Okay, you may proceed.
By Mr. J, question. You've been present for all of this hearing, yes, doctor? Answer, yes. Question, am I misrepresenting any of our conversations? Answer, no. Question, all right, so if I ask you if battered spouse syndrome or PTSD has any relationship to the facts of this case as the defendant relayed them to you, what would be your answer? Question, then it's not related to the incident as she reported it. Question, okay. And if I ask you, therefore, if there are any prior instances of violence, would that change your opinion? What would your answer be? Answer, no. Question, if you reviewed any other materials, would that change your opinion based on what she told you about what happened that evening? Answer, no. Question, all right, that's it.
I don't think that's the very beginning before I objected.
What was asked was to read back the proffer.
I thought I was asking to go back to the very beginning when the question was asked and then her response and my objection to it.
What was specifically asked was to the proffer, because the question before the court was whether the proffered opinions are at odds with what was testified to during the course of the deposition. There's the question that was asked and the answer that was given affirmatively provided an opinion as to PTSD. I think Mr. J admits that. Mr. J has advised the court that's not what he was hoping the answer would be. The answer was supposed to be something different as identified in the proffer, which is why I had Madam Court Reporter read back the proffer. So the question Mr. Owens posed to you is whether the proffered opinions that Madam Court Reporter just read back to us are different than what was provided in the deposition.
Yes.
How so?
She tended to explain in the proffer some legal reason why it did not apply in her opinion. That was not discussed in any way in the deposition.
Okay. My question is specific as to opinions. Her opinions were as to battered spouse syndrome or post-traumatic stress disorder and their relationship to the case based on the defendant's responses. The answer is not related to the incident as the defendant reported. Those are the opinions, as I understand them based on the proffer, as it relates to battered spouse syndrome and post-traumatic stress disorder.
I think I'd refer to page 46. Line 13 was the question, but you don't believe that she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder in your opinion. Line 15, the answer is no. I would have to look back through my notes to see if she fully met that criteria. Question 17, can you explain why you don't think she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder? Line 19, answer no. I didn't say one way or the other. I would have to look back through my notes for that. Question number 21, is that something that you may, in the future, give an opinion about after some time reflecting and reviewing your notes? 24, I may. 25, okay, and that's something you will let the lawyers know about if that changes. That's on page 47. On to, yes. That's fundamentally, substantially, materially different from what she's testified as it relates to post-traumatic stress as it applies in this case.
In the proffer?
Excuse me?
In the proffer? She's not rendering an, unless I misunderstood the proffer, she's not rendering an opinion on PTSD and whether or not Ms. Boone suffers from it.
Well, she led me to believe that she was trying to decide whether or not Sarah Boone suffered from post-traumatic stress. Now in the proffer, they're claiming that post-traumatic stress does not apply. I don't know what the initial question was. We haven't had that read back. When it was first going on, when a question was asked, and I believe she rendered an opinion, and I, again, like that to be reread back. What the initial question was, what the response was, because it didn't, I know I objected, I can't even remember it now, but I know I objected because I knew it was inconsistent with.
You asked to approach, and then you explained that the question was, it was not something that was framed in the deposition. Multiple times I asked you for a legal objection. And it wasn't until right before or right after we sent the jury out that you provided some legal objection. You know, Madam, if you want Madam Court Reporter to go back and read the question that led us to where we are right now and the answer, I'm totally on board with that. I have a memory of what it was, but nothing like.
Before she does that, can I get the first question of the proffer? If BSS or PTSD has any, can you reread that? So I can.
Let's just reread the entire proffer, just so that it's a clear soup to nuts, alpha to the omega, what the proffer was. Madam Court Reporter, if you could be so kind.
Mr. J, question. You've been present for all of this hearing, yes, doctor? Answer, yes. Question. Am I misrepresenting any of our conversations? Answer, no. Question. All right, so if I ask you if battered spouse syndrome or PTSD has any relationship to the facts of this case as the defendant relayed them to you, what would be your answer? Answer. That it's not related to the incident as she reported it. Question. Okay. And if I ask you, therefore, if there are any prior instances of violence, would that change your opinion? What would your answer be? Answer, no. And question, and if you reviewed any of the materials, would that change your opinion based on what she told you about what happened that evening? Answer, no. Question, all right, that's it.
And then if she could go back to the initial.
Go ahead.
The very last question?
My understanding is it was the question and the answer right before Mr. Owens asked to approach.
Question, what was your opinion? Answer, my opinion was that she did not give me enough information to diagnose her with post-traumatic stress disorder at the time that I evaluated her at the jail.
Can you read that for me one more time, please? Both the question and the answer.
Question, what was your opinion? Answer, my opinion was that she did not give me enough information to diagnose her with post-traumatic stress disorder at the time that I evaluated her at the jail.
Maybe we please have the previous question as well.
Question, and in this particular case, did you require any additional information to reach your conclusion about the relationship between battered spouse syndrome and the events of this evening? Answer, I based my opinion on the information that I had. Certainly, if there was more information, my opinion would be subject to change. Question, what was your opinion?
Mr. Owens?
Number one, that question and answer, she gave a differing opinion than what she gave in her deposition, which, subject to the agreement we had, I should have noticed. Number two, with the proffer, it seems that she's going to find that post-traumatic stress disorder did not apply to the facts as related by Sarah Boone. And that is an opinion that I needed to know about. And I asked throughout this deposition and at the very end some general, if you have any new opinions or anything new that differs from what you've said here today, please notify the lawyers or words to that effect. So it's an evidentiary issue. I've got a right to be prepared or the trial through discovery to know what the witnesses are going to opine. And this is a discovery violation based on two things. One, her initial answer to the question that I objected to, and then two, the proffer is a new opinion. It's a discovery violation. I ask that the witness be stricken.
Any response?
Judge, I think it's clear from my original question that the intent that I stated was the intent of my question, to get the answer that I intended to get, was what the question was intended to elicit from the witness. As far as the discovery violations and continued attacks, I'm just not I'm not convinced he understands what the answer means or what it's going to be. The answer isn't going to be Ms. Boone didn't have PTSD, hence, therefore, battered spouse syndrome doesn't apply in this case. What I believe she's going to say, and what I believe I've been saying she's going to say, based on our conversations, was irrespective of whether anybody believes Ms. Boone had BSS or PTSD, it is irrelevant because of what Ms. Boone told her happened at the time of the event. That is not a discovery violation. She was specific in saying, if you have any questions you want to ask me, I'll give you an opinion. That is exactly what she said on page 67 of the deposition in response to a question that starts at line 7. Question, just double dog sure, you admit that you have no other opinions other than the ones you've expressed here today. Answer, that I've been asked about. If I'm asked about something else, that I'll offer it. They didn't ask about the interplay of the facts with the relevance of the syndrome. That's them, not the state.
Any other argument?
The totality, if you read that deposition and all that we talked
I
about,
specifically asked you, Mr. Owens, to point out for me
what I pointed
what,
out.
excuse me, I specifically asked for you to point out specific portions of the deposition that are at odds with either A, the opinion that was previously given, or B, what was proffered to. You have provided me pages 45, 46 of the deposition relating to specific opinions on whether or not Ms. Boone suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. Are there any other portions of the depo that you would like to point out for me? I am not going to read an 87-page deposition and continue to waste our jurors' time as we try to find a solution for the situation that is now before us. If there are specific portions of this deposition that are at odds with the opinions that have been proffered and or provided so far, I would ask you to direct my attention to them.
Well, the ones that I expressed.
Other than what you've already identified.
The ones that I expressed, and that just the understanding that we had, that she, in the pages that I have talked about previously here today, in the pages that I referred to about our agreement, that she was going to let me know if there were any opinions that she had, in addition to the opinions that she gave in the transcript.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right. Any other argument, Mr. J?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, the court has had the opportunity to listen to the proffer as read back by Madam Court Reporter, the read back of the opinion that was previously offered, the portions of the deposition which have been highlighted by the defense specifically pertain to opinions by the defendant as to whether or not the defendant suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. That opinion is not being offered. The opinion pertains to the relationship of battered spouse syndrome and or PTSD as it relates to the facts of the case as the defendant has relayed them to you, and that they are not related. However, the deposition is identified by the defense, identifies that if there were any additional opinions, that there would be notification. So the court at this point in time, as there has been an alleged discovery violation in accordance with binding precedent by the 6th District Court of Appeal, which is binding on this trial court in Young v. State, 369, Southern 3rd, 1243. At pinpoint 1248, the court is now going to conduct a discovery violation or discovery Richardson hearing. State any other arguments with regard to the elements of a Richardson hearing?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other arguments with regard to the elements of a Richardson hearing, Mr. Owens?
None other than I understood she did give an opinion about post-traumatic stress in that initial series of questions.
Okay. All right, the court, again, reviewing the proffer and the opinion, finds that the state's violation was inadvertent based on the proffer by the state, which was agreed to by Dr. Werner as to the conversation they had last night, as to the opinions and whether or not that they had changed. However, I do find that that violation is substantial with regard to the opinions based on the testimony in Dr. Werner's deposition that any other additional opinions would be notified to the defense. As it relates to the third category, the effect on the defendant to properly prepare for trial, although the questions in the deposition as highlighted by the defense so far do not address the opinions being currently offered, I do find that it had some impact on the ability for the defendant to properly prepare for trial. As it relates to the opinion that was previously provided as read back, specifically my opinion was that she did not give enough information to diagnose her with PTSD at the time of the evaluation at the jail. What is your position, if any, with regard to that opinion now that the jury has heard it? Mr. Owens. Because my question is, do you want it struck?
On that issue, we'll address it on cross-examination.
So you do not want it to be struck, and you do not want a curative instruction.
Well, I'm going to question her about post-traumatic stress, so it's going to come out through my cross from the deposition about what she said, and it's inconsistent with what she said here today, so I'm going to want to rely on that question or that answer.
Okay, all right. Ms. Boone, have you been paying attention to the questions and answers and the readbacks of both the proffered testimony and the opinion testimony?
Yes.
And are you on board with the strategy not to seek to strike that opinion?
Yes.
Thank you. With regard to the proffered testimony, I'm going to permit now in open court, and I will oversee the deposition for you, Mr. Owens, to inquire as to those opinions.
I'm sorry?
With regard to the proffered opinions, the court will oversee a deposition now, and you may proceed.
Right now?
Yes. With regard to the proffered opinions. And I believe that will provide a cure for the discovery violation under the Richardson violation based on your request not to strike the prior opinion. And since you're going to utilize that on cross, I find that the prejudice is limited. But with regard to the new opinions, I will give you the opportunity to depose her now, curing the prejudice at that point in time. You may proceed.
Dr. Werner,
Yes, sir.
good morning.
Mark?
At some point, the state attorney notified you that you were to come today.
Correct.
Did you and the state attorney have a discussion about your testimony?
Yes.
When was that discussion?
Briefly last night.
So y'all talked on the phone last night?
Yes.
Have y'all had any discussions since the phone conversation last night?
Briefly this morning.
And how long was the phone conversation?
Less than 5 minutes.
How long was the face-to-face conversation?
Less than 5 minutes.
Did y'all discuss that your testimony would be that you did not have enough information that you gathered from Sarah Boone to form an opinion as to whether or not she suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder?
Correct, that my opinion hadn't changed.
I'm sorry?
Yes, that my opinion hadn't changed, that I didn't have enough information.
Okay. And did the state attorney speak to you about that it didn't matter whether you had an opinion if you didn't feel like the facts that Sarah Boone had given you as it relates to the facts and issue in this case, that you didn't, if you didn't feel like post-traumatic stress even applied, then you could answer that way?
Correct, that was my opinion, correct.
But did he present that to you initially for you to form an opinion about it?
No, my opinion was that it didn't apply because of the way that she described the incident to me.
Was that your opinion back when I took your deposition?
Yes.
When did you form that opinion?
When she described the incident to me.
Why didn't you let us know that was your opinion at the time that I took your deposition?
You didn't ask me about that, sir.
Do you remember me asking you any other opinions that you may have as it relates to this case?
You didn't ask me specifically about that.
I understand that, but you're saying you formed that opinion prior to the deposition, correct?
Yes. The state attorney and I discussed that on the way out of the jail, as a matter of fact.
After the deposition?
No, sir. After the evaluation.
Okay.
On the way out of the jail.
All right, and I asked you, were there any other opinions that you may express at trial after you had discussed that with the state attorney prior to the deposition? Is that correct?
Yes.
And so you were aware that I didn't want to be ambushed at trial. I wanted to know any and all opinions that you may be expressing in the Sarah Boone case.
I didn't know what specific information you wanted, sir. That's why you had a deposition. I answered your questions. I don't know what all information you want me to provide to you.
So because I didn't ask you specifics, you felt like you didn't have to respond specifically.
No, sir, I answered all of your questions. And as I said, I'm happy to answer any questions that I'm asked. I don't know what questions you want me to answer.
But you know that this was a central issue in the case. Did you not? Your opinion
Yes.
is relating to a central issue in this case.
Correct?
You're aware Sarah Boone's on trial for murder.
That's correct.
And you had this opinion when I was taking your deposition, and I was asking you specifics about any opinions that you may be expressing in the trial of Sarah Boone, and you did not disclose it.
Well, I told you that I would answer any questions that were asked of me. I have a number of opinions. I know that I don't feel that she's suffering from major depressive disorder. I didn't offer that opinion either. I have a number of opinions.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. J, anything else?
I'm just making sure he doesn't want to inquire,
This is your opportunity, Mr. Owens.
because that was more just about.
Inquire about what?
This is your opportunity to inquire. You are conducting a deposition. This is your opportunity and your only opportunity to cure any prejudice that we've identified with regard to those proffered opinions as it relates to the relationship of battered spouse syndrome and or post-traumatic stress disorder as proffered.
The problem is now, Judge, is I've got my expert, and we weren't aware. You know how in these type cases, the experts are allowed to listen to the testimony of the other experts and read the depositions of the other experts. Dr. Werner, were you given the opportunity to read Dr. Harper's deposition?
I was.
I mean, that's standard operating procedure in these type cases, and now I'm taking a deposition on the fly, and then I haven't had a chance to speak with my expert about those opinions and whether or not that would change her opinion. It just puts me in a very difficult situation, but if I'm ordered to continue the deposition, I will.
That's your decision. It's not an order. I'm just saying that this is the opportunity to cure that Richardson issue. You asked previously to strike the expert. I am disinclined to do that. The case law says that is an extraordinary remedy, one which I am not going to permit.
Dr. Werner, you realize you're in a courtroom,
Yes, sir.
and we're waiting on the jury on the trial of Sarah Boone.
Yes.
Are there any other opinions that you intend to express in this trial that you have not disclosed to me in the deposition, or you have not disclosed here today under oath?
I'm happy to answer any questions that I'm asked.
Are you refusing to answer my question about any other opinions that you intend to express here today as it relates to Sarah Boone, who was on trial for murder in the second degree?
Judge, I'm going to object. The catch-all vague question that Mr. Owens wants to ask this expert witness about any and all opinions she may or may not have, 99 out of 100 attorneys would come in here and say that's not how you do depositions with expert witnesses. You have to ask specific questions. Anytime you ask a question like that of an expert, the expert's always going to say, please ask me a specific question. And that's what she did then, that's what she's doing now. It's unfair and vague to ask somebody, tell me every opinion you have.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
we're in the middle of a trial. She's fixing to testify. She's had conversations with the state attorney. She knows what she's going to be asked in terms of opinions that she's going to express. That's why she's here, to help the jury understand the science that relates to the law and express opinions. I mean, for me to ask, we're playing hide the ball here? In the middle of a trial,
I disagree that there's any hiding of the ball. There's been a proffer that's been read multiple times as to the scope of the opinions regarding to battered spouse syndrome and post-traumatic stress disorder and its relationship to the facts of the case as the defendant represented them. And the answer is they are not relatable to the incident as relayed by the defendant. That is the opinion that have been proffered.
all right, can I continue with my deposition?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Werner, do you recall expressing that you wanted more time to reflect as to whether or not Sarah Boone suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes, that I was going to review my notes to see if I had enough information in there to support or negate that.
All right. What additional information would you need for you to express an opinion that she suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder?
So she did not give me information regarding the presence of intrusive symptoms. She didn't give me information regarding persistent avoidance. She didn't give me information regarding alterations in arousal or reactivity.
Anything else?
No.
Would you agree you failed to ask her those questions?
I asked her if there was any other important information that she felt like she needed to share with me at the end of my evaluation, and she said no.
So a catch-all question.
Correct.
Were there any other personality disorders? Isn't that what you do as a psychiatrist? You diagnose an opinion, express opinions about whether people suffer from personality disorders?
Correct.
Are there any other personality disorders that you have formed opinions about Sarah Boone that you intend to express?
No.
So, narcissism, you did not find.
I found narcissistic traits.
In terms of your opinion that she suffers from narcissistic personality disorder.
No, sir, I said narcissistic traits.
Okay. So you don't have an opinion that she suffers from narcissistic personality disorder.
Correct. She displays narcissistic traits.
You expressed an opinion that she suffers from alcohol use syndrome,
Alcohol use disorder.
alcohol use disorder.
Correct.
Is that still your opinion?
Yes, it is.
Anxiety disorder. Is it your opinion she suffers from the anxiety disorder?
No.
Do you recall in your deposition indicating that you felt like she suffered from either anxiety disorder or adjustment disorder?
That's correct.
And you've changed that opinion now?
I'm leaning towards the adjustment disorder secondary to her legal situation.
So you haven't formed an opinion as to whether or not she suffers from general anxiety disorder or adjustment disorder?
Correct.
You agree that she suffered from trauma as it relates to the domestic violence history that she expressed to you from the intimate partner violence with Jorge Torres?
Yes, as reported by her. Yes.
Do you have anything to dispute that?
No.
In your opinion, does she suffer from any form of psychosis?
No.
Is it your opinion that Sarah Boone suffers from acute stress disorder?
No.
Is it your opinion that Sarah Boone suffers from intimate partner violence?
Yes, I think that there is enough history the volatile relationship between the two of them.
Because of that, do you believe that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
She may meet the criteria for that.
May. So it's possible?
Yes.
Is that your opinion?
Yes.
Definitively, you can't say?
There's a history of her having that, yes.
So you agree she suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
Yeah.
I believe we've covered anxiety disorder, narcissism, battered spouse syndrome, and alcohol use disorder. Are there any other opinions that you intend to express as it relates to that or any other psychological condition of Sarah Boone?
No.
That's all the questions I have.
Any other arguments at this time?
No, Judge, just the one I've already made.
Okay, all right. The court has conducted its Richardson hearing and made its findings. The court, as previously identified, will not strike the expert as that remedy is quite draconian, and I will not do so based on the questions that were asked as highlighted by the defense and the opinions that were offered. The specific areas for which opinions are being offered were not inquired into, but the deposition did leave it open that I'll ask questions about any other opinions that I'm asked about or anything else that I'm asked during the course of the trial, specifically page 59, 22 through 26 on 1, page 60, lines 11 through 25. So in the abundance of caution, the court has permitted that in-court deposition. Anything else, sir?
No, sir.
State, anything else?
No, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and bring back in our panel and we can,
Before we bring the jury back in, may I approach Mr. Cacciatore on a completely unrelated matter?
does it need to be on the record or?
Yes, it does.
Okay, go ahead.
We would concede that Detective Copsell and Detective Lowen are not testifying against as they did here in court this morning.
They're still under defense subpoena.
I
We have
asked,
not,
I asked Mr. Henderson if you guys were calling Detective Capsule again, and he said no.
and we're not, in our defense, our direct defense, is there a possibility that based upon the information the state is going to present today or this afternoon, that we may want to receive or seek sir rebuttal, and possibly through these witnesses, they're under subpoena. And I'm sorry, Mr. Henderson's not here. I've just noticed her presence. Out of an abundance of caution, I think that we need to clarify for the record that they're here listening to.
What's your base? Well, we're off the record. There's no jury here. That's fine. You all stay where you are. What's the basis for your sir rebuttal?
We don't know because I don't know what the state's going to place in rebuttal. But
It doesn't answer my question. What's the legal basis of a sir rebuttal?
Judicial discretion as to the fairness of the proceeding that the defendant pursued.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Cacciatore?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. The rule of sequestration is still in full force and effect. Detectives Lowen and Capsule, good morning. I'm going to ask you to be excused from our proceedings and not view them and not have any communication amongst yourselves about testimony that has been previously given or any questions that have been asked or answered, and just keep your separate ways as it relates to this case and any questions or testimony that you intend to give, may give, or have give. And to comply with any instructions that were provided to you by the state regarding the rule of sequestration. Thank you very much. Anything else, Mr. Owens, we need to address?
No, sir.
Anything else, state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring back in our jury. Objections overruled. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
Ma'am, is it fair to say, in your evaluation of Sarah Boone on October the 2nd of 2024, that you felt like the text messages that you received from the state attorney
Objection
Overruled.
are not relevant to your evaluation of Sarah Boone?
I wasn't sure at the time who actually, I wasn't sure whose phone number it was. In all honesty, we discussed that in the deposition, and I wasn't sure, I have no proof of who actually sent the text, who actually had possession of the phone and put the text, any of the texts in.
Well, I was there for the deposition, was I not? Or I appeared by Zoom, did I not?
No, so you were present in person.
Okay, I'm trying to think.
Oh, deposition.
The deposition.
By Zoom, yes.
You appear by Zoom, I appear by Zoom, the city attorney appeared by Zoom.
Yes, that's
And we discussed that these were the phone records from Sarah Boone's phone.
yes.
Okay. And at that time, you said they're not necessarily overly relevant to your evaluation. Did you not say that?
I don't recall specifically. I'm happy to look at it.
Can I approach the witness?
You may.
I have it, if you just refer me to the page.
Just a moment.
You got it.
I do.
Page 14. My question is at line 3. Your answer begins at line 5.
Correct?
And you agree that any,
Let him finish. Let him finish.
well, I'm going on, I'm going to ask another question about the text messages, Judge.
You just said line 5, approach.
Dr. Werner, did that refresh your recollection about our discussions about the text messages in your evaluation?
Yes.
And would you agree that they're not necessarily overly relevant to your evaluation of Sarah Boone?
Correct.
And you agree that after reviewing all those text messages, that there was nothing that stuck out to you that caused you to pause and feel like they may have some impact on your evaluations of Sarah Boone?
Permission to voir dire?
Can she answer the question?
Have her answer the question first.
I'm not sure what you're referring to in the deposition.
Page 14, my question is at line 21. Your answer is at line 25.
Correct. And I said no. As I said, it made me aware that they had a volatile relationship.
But my question to you specifically is there anything in the text messages that stuck out to you that caused you to pause and feel like that may have some impact on your evaluations?
Correct.
And you agree your answer is no?
As I said, it made me aware. That's not my complete answer.
Okay, well, let's
I can
talk.
read my
First, you
complete
said
answer.
no.
As I said, it made me aware that they had a
Ma'am,
volatile
ma'am.
It's not my complete answer.
I know, Dr. Werner, but didn't you say no to me? That was your first sentence, was no.
It's not my complete answer.
I understand. I'm going to let you answer that. But when I asked you if there was anything in the text messages that caused you to pause and it would in some way affect the impact on your evaluation, your answer to me was no.
It's not my complete answer.
I understand. But was your answer not to me no?
Yes, but that is not
All
my
right.
complete
Now,
answer.
at the same time, Dr. Werner, at the same time you expressed that they had a volatile relationship.
That is not the totality of my answer either.
Okay, and I'm going to get to it.
Okay.
But part of your answer was that they had a volatile relationship,
Correct?
and this is in relation to my question about the text messages. You agree?
Yes.
After you said no, you said they had a volatile relationship and that she text messaged calling him an idiot, a fucking idiot, for overdrafting her account.
Correct?
And in those text messages, there was some reference to domestic violence between the two.
Correct.
And that demonstrated to you that they had a violent relationship.
Correct.
And do you not agree that that evidence of a volatile relationship had an effect on you expressing your opinion here today that Sarah Boone suffered from battered spouse syndrome?
Judge, we need to object. We need to
Are we prepared to bring back in our jury at this time state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
I want to make another motion. Judge, I've had a chance to read this transcript, and I'd like to draw your attention to a few pages.
Which transcript are we referring to, sir?
The October 4th, 2024 deposition of Dr. Tonia Werner.
Okay. Yes, sir. I have it in front of me.
May I sit?
Yes, sir.
I'm referring to page 38 at the very bottom, line 21. Answer, I need to go through my notes and think about it and process it. But I had other depositions, as you were aware yesterday, so I had to prepare for those and go through that. So I had not had time to process through all of my notes prior to this deposition today. Page 39, line 2. Well, doctor, I'm not trying to inconvenience you. You know, the judge set for October 7th for jury selection. Line 5, she answered, okay. Question at 6, but I don't anticipate your testimony would be until later, you know. Maybe we could discontinue your deposition and then reset it when you've got time to review. Because obviously I'm not going to want to take your deposition and then you have other opinions that are not going to be covered. Then at 13, Mr. J says, what is your position? Then at 14, Mr. J, conducting discovery after the jury trial starts is completely unacceptable to me, so that's my position. If she needs to issue a supplemental report, or if there becomes a need for a second deposition, then we can address that. But it would be my position that we need to get this done because the state doesn't have any appellate rights once the jury is sworn and jeopardy attaches. Line 23, Mr. Owens, well, you obviously understand my position. I'd like to finish the deposition today as well. But if she is holding out that she may have other opinions and other diagnoses after she has had more time to think, review the paperwork, then obviously that creates an issue. The witness on line 4, page 40. But if that happens, I can bring that forward and then you can add to your deposition at that point. If my opinions change after having reviewed further. Line 8, Mr. Owens. Mr. J? Line 9, Mr. J, I think you need to plow ahead. This is our time where the court reporter is prepared to give us a transcript by the end of the weekend, and if something needs to be amended, then she can A, issue a report, and then B, if you need to take a deposition, an abbreviated deposition on the limited subject matter she is not prepared to testify about on today, then we can do that. But the notion of halting a deposition today that is set for 3 hours and then doing a 3-hour deposition during trial, especially after jeopardy is attached, is not what the state would do. Line 23, page 40. Mr. Owens, I'm not suggesting that, Mr. J. I'm suggesting that we just said at the very beginning. I'm suggesting what you just said at the very beginning, which is let's finish. But if she has some supplement, then I would want to take a brief second deposition as it relates to any new diagnoses or opinions. Then Mr. J goes, I think he gets confused about an issue relating to a diagnosis of an adjustment disorder or anxiety disorder. So we get down to the bottom of page 41, line 22, Mr. J. Okay, so on this topic, if something new comes up, then we can address it. But if we have other topics to depose her on, then I would suggest we go on. And then page 42, line 1, Mr. Owens, I agree. And Dr. Werner, just let the state attorney know. I know that you may be, we are on short time. If you do review your notes over the weekend or whatnot and formulate any other opinions, just let the state attorney know and we'll address it. Line 7, the witness, absolutely. That was our understanding. I've been ambushed by a new opinion that I was not made aware of by any kind of report. I was not notified by Dr. Werner. I was not notified by the state attorney, William J. I first heard about the opinion when she testified to it, and I objected to it, relating to imminent threat, the ultimate issue of fact. I move for a total dismissal for prosecutorial misconduct.
Denied. And here's the other reason it's denied. Page 38 of the deposition, specifically that you made reference to, starts at page 21, line 21. The question preceding that is important. Question 14. So, from my understanding, when you just said was, yeah, I agree with general anxiety disorder that she had been diagnosed with. Answer, no. I said it would be generalized anxiety disorder versus adjustment disorder, and that I hadn't had time to fully formulate that opinion out. This entire conversation pertains to those two issues, anxiety disorder and adjustment disorder. Has nothing to do with PTSD, nothing to do with battered spouse.
But Judge, we go on, and I see what she's doing, that she's saying, hey, I got jammed up, I had a deposition yesterday, I didn't really have time between the evaluation and the deposition 2 days later, she had a deposition in between, to really think about it, really review my notes. So as a catch-all, I said on page 40, if you have other opinions or other diagnoses after she has more time to think and review the paperwork, then obviously that creates an issue. So yes, that was initially what she was talking about specifically, but I realized what she was saying was she was going to have to reflect on a lot of these opinions. So
That's respectfully, sir, that's not what it says. That's specifically in line with the anxiety disorder versus adjustment disorder. That was the entire topic that was being conversed with. Now, later in the deposition, there are references, as I believe that I identified previously. Give me a moment. On page 59, line 22, question is asked, okay, and do you intend on expressing any other opinions other than what we've spoken about here today? Line 25, no. I will answer whatever questions I'm, moving to page 60, line 1, asked. Page 60, line 11. Well, let me just start with 2 because it gives it more context. Question, well, I'm asking now. I mean, you're the expert. I'm not. You're the one that's evaluated her. You're the one that's given her the test. I don't know the field like you do. You know the field. I understand you've said, hey, I want to think some more about, hey, I want to think about this some more. I want to review my notes. Some more to see if, but in terms of right now, without any further reflection, without any further answer, yes, sir, question, reading of the notes, any other opinions that you think you could express in any form or fashion with all this experience, almost 1,000 jury trial or 1,000 trials you've testified as an expert. Anything else that comes to mind that may be an opinion that you might express in Sarah Boone's case? Answer. Anything else that I'm asked with regard to her diagnosis come into play with regard to her case, I guess? Question. What other opinions do you believe you're qualified to express as it relates to Sarah Boone and the facts and circumstances relating to this case? Anything with regard to her diagnosis, I guess. 61. Of those 4 things we mentioned, line 2, correct.
And Judge, the 4 things were mentioned were related to the anxiety disorder, the narcissism, the battered spouse, the alcohol use disorder, which are in pages 58 and 59. But the overall thrust of that was any other opinions that were expressed. That was in good faith what we were doing. I would have, like I said before, I would have never taken her deposition. Once she said I hadn't finished my analysis and I may need additional information, just like he said the other day, Dr. Harper, if you get those additional medical records, Mr. Owens, about Jorge Torres and give them to Dr. Harper, then I'm going to want to take her deposition again. The same rules apply. Why would I take her deposition when she hasn't finished?
Because the court ordered you to take her deposition because there were concerns about being able to have all of this done prior to trial. And you had concerns about what she was going to testify to. And the court set a scheduling order as to when, how, where, and the deadlines for those depositions to be conducted.
That prosecutor should have let me know. If he was going to ambush me at trial, I should have known beforehand about a new opinion that Dr. Werner was going to express, especially related to battered spouse, post-traumatic stress, and whether or not there was an imminent threat at the time of this event.
And the courts addressed that. Court did exactly what was required by binding precedent by the 6th District Court of Appeal and held a Richardson hearing. Analyzed the 3 factors as required by Florida law with regard to those and gave you the opportunity as a cure. And with regard to your request to strike or dismiss the case due to prosecutorial conduct, the case law by the 3rd District Court of Appeal filed April 10, 2024, State of Florida versus Denninghoff, Denninghoff, and I can provide you a citation momentarily, states that dismissal is an extreme sanction to be used with caution and only when a lesser sanction wouldn't achieve the desired result. Specifically, dismissal of an information or indictment is an action of such magnitude that resort to such sanction should only be had when no viable alternative exists. There were multiple viable alternatives, including but not limited to my request, an inquiry of whether or not you wanted that struck, and the instruction to strike that opinion, which you demurred and said, no, I want it for cross-examination. And I gave you the opportunity twice to depose her here in open court, which I oversaw with regard to any opinion that she based on the proffer or any other opinion that she would be offering today. For those reasons, the court is not going to exercise its discretion and strike due to the extreme nature of striking a criminal charge and for the adequate remedy that has been provided to you. Is there anything else, sir, we need to address?
May I supplement the record?
Yes, sir.
Judge, this deposition did not end on page 40 or 41 or 42. Mr. Owens took a direct examination of this deponent for 68 pages, and then it was turned over to myself for cross-examination during the deposition. Beginning on page 75, I asked the deponent, what did the defendant say about the murder? What she said on page 78 was that, starting at line 13, and she said there was a suitcase and some clothes that had gotten out to donate, and they were trying to get that together. And it was on the floor in the living room. And that, as she was coming down the stairs, she saw him kind of slipping into the suitcase as a hiding place. As she said, I saw him in the suitcase and I zipped him up and we were laughing. She said then he said he couldn't breathe, and I remembered feeling I couldn't breathe when he was choking me or sodomizing. And I was angry and I shook the suitcase. I lost control of the suitcase and it flipped. And she goes on and on about what happened. Defense counsel was there. He heard this testimony that there was no imminent danger presented at the time that she began getting angry, shaking the suitcase, hitting him with a bat, so on and so forth. And he didn't ask her that question after she had specifically instructed him, if you need an opinion of mine, you've got to ask me the question. It's unfair to experts to be thrown with this catch-all provision of please tell me any opinion about this case that you may think is relevant. Well, what the doctor may think is relevant is different than perhaps what counsel thinks is relevant. So it's really an unfair criticism of the state and probably more likely self-reflective that this deposition, this opportunity to ask about this obvious issue did not occur. So that is what I would like to supplement the record with. The deposition was substantially longer than page 41 or 42, where it's acting like it's concluding and, is there anything else? The state would just submit, I understand very well what my ethical duties are. I do not have any ethical duty to provide him an unrecorded statement that is not inconsistent with prior testimony. This doctor did not give me any unrecorded statements inconsistent with her testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, I'd like to add on page 79 that Dr. Werner claims that Sarah said he put his 2 fingers out and I hit them with a bat. So there was rule of completeness. But for him to say that that's not standard operating procedure when you're taking a deposition of an expert.
Mr. Owens, I've ruled, sir. I understand. I understand your position. However, the questions that were specifically asked, which gave rise to this, specifically pertain to opinions of PTSD. I'm not going to rehash any and all of those things. The record speaks for itself. The court has ruled. Your motion for dismissal of the charges is denied. For the record, the citation that the court relied upon with regard to Denninghoff is located at 388 Southern 3rd, 10055, located at pinpoint 1057, Florida, 3rd District Court of Appeal, April 10th, 2024. With that, are we ready to bring back in our panel?
No, sir.
Okay.
Judge, I've got Earhart's Florida Evidence 2023 edition, Volume 1, Charles W. Earhart.
Let me tell you how you're going to rule on this, sir. I'm going to allow you, as I said up here at sidebar, to go into the facts that she relied upon and what it is that she utilized. I'm going to allow you, sir, as I said up here at the bench before the lunch hour, to go into those opinions that she didn't offer here today. And on rebuttal, Mr. J, I'm not going to allow you to stand up and say, may I voir dire, that wasn't one of your opinions today. You can address all of that and redirect. Is that clear?
Clear to state.
Judge, let me just review to see if, because I had several.
What you had inquired of me, Mr. Owens, up here, was that you wanted to go into these other facts, medical records, text messages, statements, and you said, if I can't do it now because he's going to object, I'm going to call her and assert rebuttal. And the problem, as the state pointed out, is that you can't use her as a conduit to admissible evidence on direct examination. And that if you want to do it, you got to do it now. And your argument was it goes to her bias, it goes to her credibility, and that you're permitted wide discretion on cross-examination. I agree with you. I agreed with you before the lunch hour. My ruling hasn't changed. I'm going to absolutely allow you to go into those things.
I appreciate that, Judge. The other thing I wanted to readdress was,
Yes, sir.
Judge, and I'm referring to Earhart's treatise, section 90.703, opinion on the ultimate issue. I'm on page 933. Testimony in the form of an opinion or inference otherwise admissible is not objectable because it includes an ultimate issue to be decided by the trier of fact. And in that section, 703.1, it talks about that opinion testimony is not inadmissible solely because it includes an ultimate issue to be decided by the trier of fact. The provision is equally applicable to expert and lay witnesses. The jury has the power to accept or reject the testimony of expert or lay witnesses and is not bound by their conclusions. Merely because a witness expresses an opinion to an ultimate issue does not compel the jury to find the facts to be true. The jury will be given the opinion. The jury will give the opinion as much weight as it feels the opinion deserves. Then it goes on. The abolition of the rule against opinions on the ultimate issues does not mean that all other opinions are admissible. Witnesses will be prevented from expressing their conclusions when the opinion only tells the jury how to decide the case. Witnesses will be prevented from expressing their conclusions when the opinion only tells the jury how to decide the case and does not help the jury to determine what occurred. For example, a witness cannot express his or her opinion as to the guilt or innocence of a criminal defendant. And I'm on page 940, 703.1 still. When a witness is asked to express an opinion that applies a legal standard to a set of facts, which Dr. Werner did, the opinion testimony is generally inadmissible. The danger is that the witness will apply a standard or definition which is different from that defined by the applicable law. The application of erroneous legal standard results in the opinion testimony being misleading and not helpful to the jury. For example, an expert cannot opine whether a nursing home was negligent in its care of the decedent.
It's exactly what we spoke about at counsel's table.
I know, Judge, but if you go on, it says an expert may not be permitted that a truck driver drove in a grossly negligent manner, whether the sheriff's conduct was unconstitutional, whether certain waters are navigable, whether the defendant's action constituted misapplication or concealment of funds.
or the legal obligations of the parties to a contract. Whether the testimony of the expert is a permissible factual conclusion or the impermissible application of a legal standard or definition to a set of facts is sometimes a fine distinction involving a large measure of discretion with a trial judge. For example, the admission of expert testimony that certain investments, it goes on. However, the witness expresses an opinion about the intent of the accused, the opinion, this is important, one of the important sections. However, if the witness expresses an opinion about the intent of the accused, which Dr. Werner did, the opinion has not been permitted. The distinction drawn by the courts as to when this type of opinion testimony is admissible are often not clear. Section 90.703 does not permit a witness to testify to legal conclusions or express an opinion upon questions of substantive law. This expert testimony regarding substantive legal principles may not be helpful to the jury and may create confusion if an expert testifies in a manner that is different or even in conflict with the testimony of an opposing expert.
But the citations, respectfully, Counselor.
If I could finish.
Respectfully, Counselor, the citations that you're referring to are not at issue. Fluellen, error to permit arresting officer to testify that a quantity of cocaine possessed by appellant indicated that he possessed with intent to sell, which is a specific element of the charge in that case. Gamble, officer's expert testimony with the amount of drugs found in defendant's possession was inconsistent with personal use and therefore intended for sale was inadmissible. 644 Southern 2nd, 1376 for Gamble, and Fluellen, 703 Southern 2nd, 511. The Dinkin case that I read says this is acceptable. If a psychologist or psychiatrist can testify that someone is not mentally defective or was mentally defective, that's on all fours with based on what the defendant had said to this expert. She was not in imminent fear. Now, I don't remember exactly what was said, but it was along those lines, based as looking all those things, the totality of the circumstances of what, in my evaluation, on or about October 2, that the defendant had said to me as the expert, it's not imminent fear. That opinion is not inadmissible per the case law under Dinkins.
Judge, can I read a little bit more?
If you're just going to be reading from the treatise, I've already read it.
Okay, well, I just want to make mention, because it's talking about does not prevent a witness to testify about legal conclusions or express opinions on questions of substantive law. And I was about to finish this section when this testimony, and I'm on page 947, this testimony may also interfere with the function of the trial judge to determine the applicable law and to instruct the jury thereon. As we know, we're going to do battle over the jury instruction on justifiable use of deadly and non-deadly force. The testimony from Dr. Werner, and I wrote it down, she said based on what Sarah Boone told her, she was not facing imminent risk of harm. That invades the province and function of the trial judge to determine the applicable law and to instruct the jury otherwise, which we haven't even done yet. You haven't made findings of law about which instructions apply. That's what she did, Judge.
Your objection's been made for the record, and the court previously ruled on this matter. I appreciate the additional argument, but the court's reliance on Dinkins remains. Just because 9703 speaks for itself. So your objection is overruled as to that issue. Anything else we need to address, Mr. Owens, before we bring back in our panel?
No, sir.
State?
Nothing, thank you, Judge.
Okay, let's bring back in our panel. Members of the jury, welcome back. Juror number 2, back row, he's already ready. I see those hands are raised, you know what's coming. Y'all complied to the court's instructions, right? Thank you. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. Owens, you may continue your cross-examination, sir.
Dr. Werner, I don't want to rehash it, but just for the jury's sake, would it be fair to say that the text messages that you were forwarded by the state attorney for you to review, you did not deem to be relevant to your evaluation?
Right, they demonstrate.
Amendment's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Now, from what I understand, when the state attorney sent you the information, they did not send you any videotapes.
Correct.
So you have not reviewed any videotapes in this matter?
Correct.
The suitcase videotapes, either one of those you have not reviewed?
I have not seen them, correct.
Or any body cam videotapes you have not reviewed?
They're described in the police report.
My question is, have you viewed any of the body cam videotapes relating to this incident?
I have not seen them, correct.
Prior incidences between the two of them, have you reviewed any videotapes, body cam videotapes of any prior incidents?
I have not.
Have you reviewed the audio tapes related to some of the questioning of Sarah Boone?
I have not.
Have you reviewed the autopsy report?
It's described in the incident report, but I did not see the actual autopsy report.
Now, you're aware that we have called two experts, Dr. Michael Brannon and Dr. Julie Harper. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that they are forensic psychologists,
That's correct.
and you are a forensic psychiatrist.
That's correct.
So they didn't go to medical school and you did.
That's correct.
And they don't understand medical issues, so to speak.
I don't have an understanding of what they understand medically.
Do you recall telling me that they don't understand medical issues, so to speak?
They haven't been to medical school, but I wouldn't understand their medical knowledge.
If you would look on page 22 of your deposition.
Objection collateral.
Approach. Objection's overruled.
Dr. Werner, have you had a chance to review your deposition on page 22, starting at line 7?
Yes.
Could you read down through line 11 your answer?
Yes, I'm talking about psychologists in general, not with regard specifically to your experts, which is what you were just asking me about.
Okay, but you would agree, your opinion is psychologists typically do therapy, but they don't prescribe medication or understand medical issues, so to speak.
Correct.
Overruled.
Correct. But I wasn't specifically talking about your experts, which you were just asking me about your experts
Okay.
specifically. And I said I didn't understand, I didn't know what their specific medical.
Right, that's what you said under oath October 4th of this year.
Correct.
Sustained.
Now, is it fair to say that the majority of your work is in the field of competency to proceed and guardianship evaluations?
Actually, the majority of my work is in patient care. I work 7 days a week on the crisis stabilization unit, actually treating patients.
You work 7 days a week.
Yes, sir.
So as a forensic psychiatrist doing forensic work, the majority of your work in that area is in the field of competency to proceed and guardianship evaluations.
As a forensic psychiatrist, correct. As a psychiatrist, I work 7 days a week on the crisis stabilization unit.
And where is that unit?
It's located in Lake City, Florida.
So you work there 7 days a week.
Yes, sir.
And then you also do this forensic psychiatrist work doing competencies to proceed and guardianship evaluations.
That's part of the what comes under the umbrella of my forensic work. Yes.
That's the majority of your forensic work.
Yes, that's the majority of that's the most common cases that we're asked to.
And then next in line would be sanity at the time of the crime.
Yes.
So you would make a determination and submit a report to the court as to whether or not a defendant, an accused, is legally sane or not at the time of the offense.
Yes, that's correct.
Is it fair to say that you also testify weekly as a treating physician through Baker Act Court?
Yes, that's correct. Every Thursday, we have Baker Act hearings with regards to our individuals who are being held in our crisis stabilization unit.
Is that in Gainesville or Lake City?
No, sir, that's in Lake City.
Now, Lake City from here is north of Gainesville?
Yes, sir, it's approximately 40 minutes north of Gainesville.
Now, I believe you said you've testified in battering spouse situations in court approximately 5 to 10 times?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And you often refer to that as intimate violence cases?
Yes.
Now, my understanding that after you had a chance to evaluate my client, Sarah Boone, and I believe you evaluated her 2 days before the deposition, so it would have been October the 2nd of 2024.
Correct.
As to your diagnosis as it relates to her, do you believe that she suffers from a generalized anxiety disorder?
No, sir.
Now, you're aware that she was previously diagnosed prior to you evaluating her, she was previously diagnosed with a generalized anxiety disorder.
She told me that she had previously been diagnosed. I did not see any medical records with that diagnosis in it, but she told me that she had previously been diagnosed with that.
Did you attempt to secure any other records to us?
Proffer.
Sustained.
Did you diagnose her with an adjustment disorder?
I did diagnose her with an adjustment disorder.
Do you believe that if she was diagnosed with a generalized anxiety disorder, it's really not that, it should be an adjustment disorder?
A lot of the symptoms overlap for the two diagnoses, and we see that quite often, that the different diagnosticians or physicians come up with different diagnoses based on a conglomerate of symptoms. So it's not uncommon for the two diagnoses to overlap based on the symptoms.
Do you agree back on October the 4th, 2024, when I took your deposition, that you could not make up your mind at that time whether she suffered from generalized anxiety disorder or an adjustment disorder?
I had not made a clinical decision at that time. I hadn't reviewed all of my documents at that time.
When did you make a clinical decision that she suffered from adjustment disorder as opposed to generalized anxiety disorder?
It was probably within the next week when I was reviewing all of the, going through all of the documents in her interview more thoroughly.
Dr. Werner, did you agree you did not notify me?
Judge, may we approach?
Yes. Objection is sustained.
Dr. Werner, you agree that when I took your deposition on October the 4th, you had questions, in all honesty, about whether or not you felt like Sarah Boone suffered from a generalized anxiety disorder versus an adjustment disorder?
I was leaning towards adjustment disorder secondary to her being in the correctional setting, and I think I said that in my deposition. I didn't know that I had enough information from her because I only had information from her. I didn't have anything in the medical records to support generalized anxiety disorder. So I wanted to review that.
I'm just learning it now, as you testified here today.
Sustained.
Is this the first time you've let the parties know that this is your opinion?
That I believe that she has generalized anxiety disorder?
No.
Or that I believe that she has
Adjustment disorder.
Adjustment disorder, yes.
Now, from your evaluation, you determined that she had a personality trait,
That's correct.
and you felt like that she had a grandiosity issue,
Yes, she has a narcissistic personality disorder trait.
a trait, one trait.
Correct.
You agree a lot of people have one trait,
Yes,
okay? A lot of people have a grandiosity trait
that's correct.
that are not narcissists.
I never said that she was a narcissist.
Is it your opinion that Sarah Boone has alcohol use disorder?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you forming that opinion based on Sarah Boone's admission to you that she was an alcoholic?
I'm going to refer to my notes. for her. She has a history of being diagnosed with that. She also acknowledged to me that her use had been problematic.
So you formed the opinion that she suffered from alcohol use disorder based on the history that she presented to you at this evaluation?
It was based on the totality of the information that I was provided, so the medical records demonstrating that she had been diagnosed with it in the past. Her ex-husband in his interview in the police report described her as an alcoholic, and in her description of herself having a problem with alcohol.
Do you acquire a tolerance over time if you drink on the regular?
That's one of the criteria.
Do people also have a genetic tolerance for alcohol?
They may.
Now, as it relates to battered spouse syndrome, would you agree that that is a recognized syndrome in the psychiatric community?
Yes.
And you have heard no criticisms of that syndrome?
No.
And you would agree that's a subset of post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes.
And you would agree that Lenore Walker first developed the theory of post-traumatic stress syndrome?
Yes.
Now, I think at the time of this deposition, you were not sure you knew Lenore Walker.
I don't recall that.
All right, look at page 54.
Approach. Objection is sustained.
Dr. Werner, do you recognize Lenore E.A. Walker's book, The Battered Woman Syndrome, as an authoritative treatise on battered spouse syndrome?
I do not, because I have not read everything. I haven't read it, and so I can't say that I agree with everything in it.
Is it clear to you that Sarah Boone was involved in a violent relationship with Jorge Torres?
Yes.
You agree that there was a violent cycle that occurred during that 3.5-year relationship that Sarah Boone had with Jorge Torres?
It's been described that way, yes.
Would you describe it that way?
It's been described that way to me, yes.
Do you have an opinion?
They,
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion that that was a violent cycle between Sarah Boone and Jorge Torres?
It's been described that way, yes.
Do you agree that Jorge Torres was the abuser and Sarah Boone was the victim in that?
It was a volatile relationship. In the police report, her ex-husband actually describes her as being the aggressor.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been identified as Defense Exhibit I. Have you ever seen this photograph?
I have not.
You see the injuries on Sarah Boone?
I do.
I'll show you Defense Identification H. You see this photograph?
I do.
Have you ever seen it before?
I have not.
You agree that's Sarah Boone?
I do.
Are you aware that Jorge Torres,
Sustained.
let me show you Defense Identification G. Have you ever seen this photograph?
I have not.
Did you ever read anything about Jorge Torres using a curtain rod as a weapon against Sarah Boone?
I don't recall that specifically.
Identification F, have you ever seen this photograph?
No.
Defense Identification E, have you ever seen this photograph?
No.
Identification D, have you ever seen this photograph?
No.
Have you ever seen a videotape relating to this photograph?
No.
Identification A. Have you ever seen this photograph?
No.
Now, I believe at the time of the deposition, you had spent I think on October the 2nd of 2024, you had spent 2.5 hours evaluating Sarah Boone, and about half of that time was giving her a test.
No. The mental status examination takes approximately 5 minutes.
Okay. Did you go through her entire history of abuse over the 3.5-year period within the 2 hours and 20 minutes that you had?
No.
Now, I understand that you indicated you may take a couple more hours to go through your file and your notes and to come up with your conclusions. Did you do that?
Yes.
Have you spent any more time on the case other than that 2 hours?
I re-reviewed the documents.
Have you made any other attempts to go see Sarah Boone anymore?
Objection. Proffer.
Sustained.
You agree that your opinions are subjective, not based on authority?
They're based on my education, training, and years of experience.
And you would agree they're your subjective opinions?
Correct.
Would you agree that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
I do.
Would you agree that battered women's experiences affect their perception of imminent danger?
They can.
Would you agree that victims of repeat violence may fear death in a situation others would not?
They may.
Because someone suffers from battered spouse syndrome, they have a heightened sensitivity to danger.
They may.
You agree that people suffering from depression and anxiety are predisposed to getting into a relationship with a partner who may be violent?
They may. Each individual is different.
Are they more susceptible to getting in a relationship if they suffer from depression and anxiety with a violent, intimate partner?
They may be.
Do you agree that the DSM, I think you have it there with you,
Yes, sir.
directs that the clinician should consider post-traumatic stress disorder if there was exposure to extreme stress? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Did you do any testing to measure whether or not Sarah Boone had post-traumatic stress disorder?
No.
Is it your opinion that Sarah Boone suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder?
Again, she did not give me enough information to formulate an opinion with regards to that.
You agree that an intimate partner who commits acts of violence, physical violence, against the victim, that could cause extreme stress in that individual?
It may.
Do you agree if that is the cause, the violence is the cause of extreme stress, that a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder should be considered?
If they meet the criteria. They have to meet the diagnostic criteria.
Do you agree that there is a sense of learned helplessness when someone suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
Yes, that's part of the syndrome.
Do you agree that these women, these battered women, have learned the probability of receiving a beating, and they recognize specific predictive cues emitting from the batterers?
Yes, but it's not just women.
I understand, but you would agree the vast majority of intimate partner violence, battered spouse syndrome victims are women.
Yes. Intimate partner violence, yes.
Excuse me?
Intimate partner violence, yes.
The vast majority, the lion's share, are women.
Yes.
And these battered women have learned the probability of receiving a beating by recognizing specific predictive cues emitted by the batterers.
Correct.
And many times, these predictive cues result in a high level of anxiety.
Yes.
And in that situation, the battered women may attempt to reduce through several different means, one of which is to avoid delaying the beating.
Yes, we talked about that with the cycle.
What is a basal instinct?
A basal instinct? I have no idea.
Primal fear?
Primal fear is just being afraid.
Is that a natural instinct that animals have?
Yes,
Fight or flight instinct?
yes,
You don't even think about it.
correct.
Do you agree that victims of battered spouse or battered woman syndrome suffer from self-isolation, suicidal thoughts, and oftentimes substance abuse?
They may. Each individual is different, so they may.
And they may show signs of physical injury and illness such as bruising and chronic fatigue.
Yes, those can be signs.
The syndrome, battered woman syndrome, is the psychological effects of living with an intimate partner violence.
Yes,
They may have intrusive memories
they may.
where they re-experience past traumatic events in their mind.
Yes,
They have high levels of anxiety,
yes. They may.
hypervigilant when something doesn't seem right.
They may.
It leads to this fight or flight response that we spoke about.
Yes,
They have problems with sleep.
they may.
They often go into denial,
They may.
minimizing what is happening to them,
They may.
numbing their emotions.
Some of them.
Disassociation. A battered woman may often develop a defense mechanism of being able to psychologically detach from their body during the traumatic experience.
Facts on that.
Sustained.
Panic attacks, severe depression, very low self-esteem, poor body image, disassociation, learned helplessness. All these are symptoms of a battered woman syndrome.
Checking compound, some of that, facts and evidence.
Sustained.
You agree panic attacks is one of the symptoms of battered woman syndrome.
Checking fact on evidence.
Sustained.
What are the symptoms of a battered spouse syndrome?
They can be numerous symptoms, from anxiety symptoms, mood symptoms. They can have psychotic symptoms. It can be any vast majority of symptoms. Substance abuse symptoms, any vast majority.
Do you agree fear is a symptom?
Yes,
Somebody in a constant state of fear.
maybe, yes.
In terms of the abusive partner, do you agree that they would hit the victim,
Some of them, yes.
kick the victim,
They may,
punch the victim,
they may.
choke,
Abuse takes all different forms.
choke,
They may,
burn,
they may,
destroy their belongings,
they may,
use weapons to hurt them,
they may,
threaten to hurt them, their children, or their pets,
they may,
take their car keys,
they may,
take their debit card,
they may,
take their vehicle,
they may,
control where they go and who they see,
yes, they may,
force them to have sex when they don't want to.
yes, they may.
Dr. Werner, I know you spent a short amount of time with her and you're saying you didn't get some of the answers as to whether or not.
Facts. Stating facts.
Objection sustained.
If you'd have spent more time with Sarah Boone, could you have uncovered as to whether or not she suffered from battered spouse syndrome?
I agree that she met the criteria, or that she had battered spouse.
How about post-traumatic stress disorder?
It's possible.
Thank you.
In your decades of experience, have you ever treated patients that suffer from trauma disorders?
Yes,
How frequently would you say you do that?
I have patients on my unit right now that I'm treating on a regular daily basis who have suffered from trauma.
How about patients that meet the criteria for battered spouse syndrome?
Yes.
How many would you say over the course of your career?
Probably 5 to 6 a month on my inpatient unit.
And that's a lot of months.
Yes.
How long have you been doing this?
Since 1998, when I began my career at the University of Florida on faculty.
Now, on cross-examination, you were asked about some diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
Any of these things that you talked about, narcissistic personality disorder, adjustment disorder, anxiety, battered spouse syndrome, any stress or trauma-related disorder. If the state wanted to ask you those opinions, would you have been receptive to more materials before making any opinions about those topics?
Yes.
And is it your testimony today that you don't have enough information to necessarily make a complete and proper diagnosis on any of those things since you have not been provided those materials?
Correct.
Now, you've testified that she does meet the criteria for battered spouse syndrome.
Yes.
But you would be receptive to any evidence that you were provided, right?
Correct.
Going back to what you testified to on direct when the state asked you your opinion about this case, everything that you just talked about with Mr. Owens, does that change your opinion about whether or not battered spouse syndrome is applicable to the facts as Ms. Boone relayed them to you about this incident?
No, not at all.
And why is that?
Because again, she just.
Objection, Judge.
Objection's overruled.
Based on your conversation with Mr. Owens, you've indicated that your opinion did not change, and now would you answer why?
Yes. So based on my interview with her, the way that she described the incident to me, and that they were laughing and having a good time, it didn't play into relaying any kind of triggers or any kind of trauma.
And I'm showing you what has been marked for identification purposes by the defendant as I. Does this photograph inform you as to what happened?
No.
Does it inform you as to who was the aggressor?
No.
H for identification, same questions. Does it inform you as to what happened?
No.
Does it inform you as to who the aggressor was?
No.
Same questions for G.
No.
F.
No.
E.
No.
D.
No.
And A.
No.
If those specifics as to what happened and who was the aggressor is dependent upon the credibility of somebody, would you want to take into account all the things that can make a person credible or less than credible?
Yes, you would want to take that into account.
And you talked about alcohol use disorder. Would you take that into account if somebody is under the influence of alcohol or had been consuming alcohol when they relay a history as to things that happened?
Objection's overruled.
Would you consider somebody's alcohol use and level of intoxication in evaluating the credibility of them as a historian?
Yes.
And you were asked about whether or not you did any testing for post-traumatic stress disorder.
Correct.
And you didn't.
Correct.
You already indicated, however, you believe that Ms. Boone meets the criteria for battered spouse syndrome.
That's correct.
Again, that doesn't change your opinion that you gave when talking with me on direct examination.
Object, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Specifically about this question about the testing that you did not perform. Did this lack of testing have any change or effect on your opinion as to whether or not battered spouse syndrome applied to the facts of this case?
No.
You were questioned about insanity on cross-examination. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would you agree that simply because somebody is mentally ill and meets the criteria for diagnosis such as schizophrenia, bipolar, any of those psychotic or mood disorders, that doesn't necessarily make a person legally insane?
Correct. The two aren't equal.
Likewise, even if somebody meets the criteria for battered spouse syndrome, does that mean every action they take against their intimate partner is justified?
Correct. That's not, they wouldn't be equal.
So even if you do have battered spouse syndrome, even if you are in an intimately violent relationship, that doesn't necessarily mean any action you take against your partner is justified.
That's correct.
No other questions?
State, can this witness be released?
Yes.
Defense.
Just if we got a phone number, we can reach out to them.
All right, ma'am, you're released, potentially subject to recall. Thank you.
Judge, at this time, the state would move P for identification and evidence.
Counsel, any objection to what was pre-marked as P?
Permission to publish?
No, he's offering it in evidence. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as P will be received into evidence without objection as states 21.
State would move V for identification and Victor.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection as states 22.
May we approach?
Yes. Members of the jury, it is 2:52 in the afternoon. The next part of the state's presentation are going to be some videos and other things that will be read to you that may take a little bit of time based on the length of them. So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break.
This exhibit 22 has 5 folders on it. It is a DVD. Going into the first folder, OCSO 18-067501.
Counselor, are these audio or video files?
This first one, Your Honor, is going to be a video file.
Okay, let's go ahead and dim the lights, please. Thank you.
And for record purposes, its file name ends with 0154-2.
You may proceed, sir.
For a year and a half, and he turned a whole bunch of shit. Pardon me for saying that. No, girl. Pardon me for saying that, but like, oh man, he let loose on my ass tonight, and I'm not having it. Okay. I got kicked in the face. Okay. Kicked in the face.
That you know of, there's no guns,
No,
anything.
no. I know, baby. You guys are doing your job.
Alright,
No.
Sarah here?
Yes. Go get him. I swear to God, there's nothing you guys can be afraid of.
What's his name?
George.
George, alright.
There's nothing you guys can be afraid of. I swear to God, I'm done with that too. You beat the fuck out of me tonight. And I'm done with it. I have to go to work tomorrow.
What's up, George? You want to talk to us? Go inside. Talk to you inside.
For the record, this is redacted.
Are the videos in states 22 redacted videos?
Something.
See my eyes?
I do see your eye.
Hit you in the fucking face.
Okay, tell me how it all went down, from beginning to,
Yes, my love.
okay.
Okay, so we were having a really good day, and we went across the street from Muldoon's, and everything was feeling fine and dandy, and then I talked to another guy because he left, came in there, and I got so mad, because I asked for a cigarette from another guy because he took my license, my debit card, and everything, cigarettes, everything, took everything.
Okay.
So I asked someone for a cigarette, and it happened to be a guy. So he walked in and got super pissed because I asked for a cigarette from another guy. I came home. Mind you, my car is across the street still.
Okay. So you get home, you go inside.
Oh, man, let loose.
Okay, elaborate. So you open the door, what happens from there?
I'm a whore.
He starts calling you names? Okay.
When I say ragdoll, you know what that is?
I know what a ragdoll is.
Oh man, I was ragdolled.
Okay, but I need you,
In the face.
okay, I need you to elaborate. Like, you walk into the house. Did you start arguing? He started calling you names. You said he was.
No, I walked out, I walked in and I walked to the back. I just wanted to smoke a cigarette and just go to sleep. I just literally wanted to smoke a cigarette, I'm gonna go to sleep.
And then as you're making your way to the back, what
I
happened?
got caught on the stairwell.
You got caught on the stairwell, so he caught you on the stairwell. And what, did he get in front of you, started confronting you, telling you anything? What happened?
It was bad.
Okay, elaborate, Miss Sarah. I need you to tell me exactly what happened so I can help you.
My heart is like, I don't want him to get in trouble, but fuck, I'm tired of being beaten up.
I understand, I'm trying to help you out, but
I know
I
you are, I know you are.
need you to elaborate a little bit. So,
I swear
in the
to God.
stairwell,
Dragged me downstairs. I went upstairs, tried to get into bed. I just want to go to sleep. I just want to go to sleep. I didn't make it to bed. He caught me in the upstairs.
like in the hallway?
Beating the fuck up. That's all I can say.
Okay, what do you mean? Like, I see your eye, what, you said he kicked you in the eye.
That's what I see it. That's what it is.
Were you on the floor when he kicked you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how did you get to the floor? Did he push you? Did he pull you? How?
Normally what I do is, because he does it so often, I just go to the floor. So I'm pretty sure I don't really recollect. I went to the ground.
Okay. And then that's
I'm
when he
so
kicked you.
sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine. I don't mind. So you went down to the ground.
Yes, that's what I do.
Did he kicked you with what? Do you recall which foot?
Right.
Right foot, okay.
Heel.
His heel. Okay. And you say you've been together for.
Because I asked for a cigarette. Because he left my ass in my car across the street.
Okay. You say you've been together for about a year?
And
A year and a half.
yes.
Okay. Live together, obviously.
Yes.
Okay.
I just recently went for a divorce. He's been there with me, he knows all those stories, blah, 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 but.
I know. I'm just trying to.
This sucks, and I could have worked tomorrow.
Do you want the fire department to come out and check your
No,
eye?
baby.
No? Okay. Do you want to press charges? You can smoke your cigarette if you want.
Can I talk to you though?
You're talking to me by myself.
I don't want to be taken. Please put the finger of the police.
So you don't want to press charges? Okay. Do you want to fill out any paperwork? Do a statement? No? Okay. Smoke your cigarette, sit down, smoke your cigarette.
I don't want to be in trouble.
Did this happen today?
Yes!
Okay. Alright. Yeah, I see it. It's ripped and I'm down there a little bit.
I just bought this yesterday!
I get it. Sit down. Smoke a cigarette. Do your thing. No, it's fine. Do you have an ID with you? Is it in the house? Okay, we'll go find out.
I know my number if you want it.
Oh, that's perfect. Go for it.
B 500-791-77870-0.
870-0. Okay. First name is spelled S-A-R-A-H. Do you have a middle name?
Catherine. K-A-T-H-R-Y-N.
K-A-T-H-R-Y-N.
R-Y-N.
What's your last name?
B-O-O-N-E.
Date of birth?
10-10-7-7.
I get it. I get it. Make sure not to stay behind anymore. Do you have a telephone number?
407.
407
716.
716
8684.
8684. Email address?
SKP.
SKP underscore
1-800.
1-800
@yahoo.com.
@yahoo.com.
Sorry.
No, it's cool. I get it. I get it. Sit down, smoke a cigarette, try to relax a little bit. I'm gonna take pictures of you in a little bit. Alright? No problem.
Turning now to folder OCSO 19-054.
Can the parties approach just for a moment? All right, sir, you may continue.
Within this folder, the first thing that will be published is a file that's an audio file, 911 call _R1.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
4748 France Court, apartment 3.
4748, what was the street name? I didn't hear you.
4748 France Court, apartment 3.
Okay.
He's nothing that I recall, but I did. And he just beat the fuck out of me.
You said Frank Lane?
That's what it comes up as always.
Okay, and then what was the apartment?
3.
Okay, and what happened then?
He just beat the fuck out of me.
Who is he?
Jorge Torres.
Is he still there?
Yes.
Okay, where's he at?
Up in the bed. I'm outside.
Okay.
I did not like that or
Okay,
anything.
do you need any medical attention?
No. I just have a lump on my head and I just got beat the fuck up. That's all.
Okay, what's your name?
Sarah. With an H.
Okay, and George, you black understand?
He's Hispanic.
What is he wearing today?
Oh gosh.
Just color shirt and pants, that's all I need.
I don't even recognize because he just showed up.
Okay. Do you have his date of birth?
February 13th, 78 to 1378. And I swear, look, I'm just going inside because he's not on the lead and he's not supposed to be here. But he's here.
How long ago did this happen? About how
12
many minutes?
minutes ago.
Okay.
I'm done.
Yes, ma'am.
I can't do this anymore.
Okay, and I just need a description of you so that I can identify you when they get there.
I'm white. I have 3 blonde hair and blue eyes.
What color is your pants you wearing?
Am I?
Yes.
Black.
Black shirt, black pants?
Pink shorts.
Pink shorts? And you're outside?
Please don't get me in trouble. There's no way that I can get in trouble for this.
No, just say where you're safe. You said you're outside, right?
Yes.
Okay, does he have any weapons that you know
No.
of? Okay. And did he hurt you with anything, or did he just, was it only his hand?
Fist.
Just his fist? Okay. And you don't need any medical attention?
No, I always get over it, but this time I'm not getting over it.
Understood, okay. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and send some help to you, okay? Anything you can just give us a call back, okay?
Wait, can I sit out front though?
Yes, definitely sit out front, stay out front. That's right, that's
Okay, I'm gonna walk around the house.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Now publishing a video labeled 19-054917_BAT_DV.
You call? What's going on? What's going on?
Really, Marco?
Hey, get out of here!
Yeah, please.
What's going on? You call?
I did.
Okay. Do you want to tell me what's going on?
Need to say.
Oh. Who'll be shot? Is he still in there?
He's awfully, I actually got him off of the streets because I don't want him here. And he services, over the wall all the time. He comes over and looks for me and
Do you want to press charges?
what charges are you today?
Well, what's your relationship, man?
I guess boyfriend and girlfriend,
Okay, how long you guys been dating for?
like 2.5 years.
And that's a current relationship?
No, it's on and off.
Know.
I can't deal with this shit.
Okay.
I'm sorry to.
When's the last time he stayed the night at your house?
2 weeks ago,
2 weeks ago?
and he figured it out.
Okay, so why is he over here today?
Because he wants to win me over, is what he told me.
Okay, so
I'm not allowed to leave him.
you're not, okay.
Tell me what about now.
Okay,
He's mad because I went out with my girlfriend,
okay.
and she introduced me to another gentleman.
Mhm.
He's not a gentleman. He's not a gentleman. And he got pissed.
Okay, so he came over today, you let him in because you're gonna talk, right?
Yes.
Okay, then what happened?
got really pissed. Really pissed.
Okay, so you guys start arguing and
No,
then what?
I didn't argue. I can't argue. I was just taking down and speaking.
Okay, so when you say taking down a beating, just like describe it for me, so I know. What did he do to you? Did he push you? Was he slapping you? Was he punching you?
All of the above.
Okay, you have to kind of explain to me what happened here. Tell me like
Into
step
the
by
closet
step.
doors.
Okay, so you threw you into the closet doors?
That's it.
Okay, you're upstairs, you threw you into the closet doors. Did anything break when you threw you in there?
Other than my head? No.
Okay, but you said you don't need the fire department?
No. I just have really bad luck. It'll go away because I'm used to it. It'll go away.
Okay, let me see. Where is it?
Right here.
Can you just put your head back a little bit?
There's a lump. Right
Okay.
here. Like you can feel it.
Yep, I see it. Do you have any other injuries?
No. I just, because he's not on the lease anymore, I know that he can't, I got him off the lease to not come over here anymore. And I'm trying to get him out of here. And he's over here every day. And I have a feeling he's going to jump out.
Okay, so there's another exit to the apartment, so he could be gone?
There's the stuff in my store. I have been doing that. He said if I call the police, which I have done 4 times. You're the 4th one.
Okay.
He's gonna have to walk, but I have a feeling he's upstairs though. Go get him.
Well, I'm going to, but I'm gonna have to try to get somebody else here. What's his name?
George,
George?
I'm sitting here.
Okay. And I have to ask this too, when's the last time you guys slept together?
Had sex
Mm-hmm.
3 weeks ago.
Okay. So, but you guys are kind of on and getting off again. And you're saying as of right now, you're off. But
Oh, I'm getting off.
okay, but within like the last 2 or 3 weeks, you guys were dating.
Honestly, no.
Okay. But at least there was some
I knew who he
expectation.
was.
There's an expectation of intimacy when he came over.
No.
But you said
Oh,
you
no. We were gonna try and figure it out.
Okay.
Oh,
But you want to press charges on this?
what charges can I press?
Right now, what he said, he just hit you with hands and feet and pushed you?
I got a heel on my face.
Okay, you keep getting upset with me, but you're not really giving me the information that I need. I'm asking you to kind of walk me through what happened, okay, because I don't know, I wasn't there,
I know.
okay?
Yes.
Okay, so all you said, you guys were upstairs, alright, but that means lots of different things. So that's why I need to know what you
This is
did.
why I have all of this over here, is because he continuously stalks me, and he strangled me multiple times.
Today?
Yes.
Okay. Did you start to lose consciousness or anything while you were strangling you?
I couldn't breathe.
Did you feel yourself losing consciousness?
No, I didn't lose consciousness, I just couldn't breathe.
Okay. Well, for how long was he strangling you for?
Till I got him off of me.
Okay.
Look, can I tell you something before you call him whatever?
Mm-hmm.
I've been arrested before because I fought back. Look, I did fight back. I did fight back. So whatever he has or whatever it is, it's not me.
Did he hit you with any, like an object or anything?
No.
Okay.
He threatens me with a bat.
Today? I'm talking about today. Did he pick up a baseball bat and threaten you? Okay. Tell me about that. How far away were you when he had the bat? How
I was
close
in the
were you?
bedroom.
And where was he?
In the bedroom.
Okay. Was there anything in between you guys at the time?
My dog.
Just a dog? And how close was it to you? Couple feet, 3 feet?
3 feet.
Okay. And how was he holding the bat?
Threatening.
Like, what do you mean? Was it down by his side? Was it up like this? Like, how was it?
He's gonna swing.
So he had it up?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Did he say anything to you while you were holding that?
I dare you.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
Because I technically left him 2 weeks ago, which is why he's not here now. And he's not because I have friends. I have friends. And my friends want me to get out of my gloomy, doomy bullshit. So they try to introduce me to nice gentleman,
Okay.
whom he is not.
Okay. So he's holding the baseball bat, he's in 3 feet, you guys are up in the bedroom, and he says, I dare you. Okay. And you were scared, correct?
I'm so scared, so why I'm hiding behind the car.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go see if I can get him to come out. Alright, if not, this is your place, right?
He's not on the lead.
Okay. And we
I
have,
talked to the apartment managers. I had taken off the leave.
okay. Alright, hold on.
Sir, what is your name now?
O'Neill.
What? The door is open.
10-4 County. If there's anybody available, can I get 44?
Don't get me started.
Hey, George? Hey, George, Sheriff's Department, can you come on out? Just hold on. Hey, George, I can hear you. Come on out. George, Sheriff's Office, come on out. What's going on, man? Come on here, talk. What's going on? Talk to me. What's going on today? Do you speak English?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me what's going on.
Why are you here right now?
Because she called me. So tell me, you want to tell me what's going on?
This is really cool.
Where are these cuts on your neck?
That's neither there, no. Is she over there? Alright, we got it,
Do you want to talk to me about the cuts on your neck?
yeah, I know, baby.
Okay, do me a favor, turn around. Put your hands on your back.
Wow. Why am I getting cuffed up?
Talk about that.
Why am I getting cuffed up, sir?
Kind of 424, one is tag, now skill.
Why am I getting cuffed?
Okay, come over here.
Yeah, why am I getting cuffed up?
We'll talk to you about it in a sec, okay? Any weapons on you?
No, I know.
Have a seat, my friend. You been drinking today?
Yeah.
Okay. A lot or a little bit? Like, do you understand what's going on right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna read these, okay? I'm just gonna need you to answer yes or no after each time I ask you a question, okay? You have the right to remain silent, do you understand that? Yeah. Anything you say will be used in court as evidence against you, do you understand that? You are entitled to talk to an attorney now and have him present now and at any time during the questioning, do you understand that?
Yeah.
If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you without cost, do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you desire to consult with an attorney first or have one during this interview? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. If at any time hereafter you wish to remain silent and have an attorney present, all questioning will be stopped. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay. Has anyone at any time threatened, coerced, promised you anything in order to induce you to make a statement?
No.
Okay. Do you understand these rights as I read them to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you wish to talk to me at this time?
Yes.
Okay. So, tell me what happened today.
What is going on?
She said that you hit her and you choked her.
What? No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, she's got a lump on her head. How did she get the lump on her head?
I don't know. She just take me in. I don't know. Officer, I don't know.
Did you push her, hit her, anything like that?
No, not at all.
Okay, how did she get the lump on her head?
I don't know.
Okay, what brought you over here today?
I was trying to get my ID and my social and my birth certificate. And she's not trying to give me that.
Okay, but obviously you've been here for a little bit. I mean, your shirt's off, you've been drinking, so you didn't want to just come over here to get something. So like, how long have you been here?
For a while.
Okay. So so a while, like an hour or 2 hours? Okay. How long have you guys been dating for?
We've been together for 2 years.
For 2 years? Okay. Are you guys still dating right now, or are you broken up? Okay.
And I work right there at Ace.
Okay, so you came over here today, you said for a while ago, an hour or two. What have you been doing since you've been here? Okay, so just spending time with her, and then all of a sudden she decided to run outside and call it now? Why would she do that? You don't know?
She's nice, dude. She's nice.
Okay, that's fine. But
As you can hear.
what you understand what you're telling me isn't really adding up. Because she gave me her side of the story.
What she said?
And she's saying that you hit her. That's all I need is Ma'am, I'm doing my job, okay? You just sit there and be quiet. I'll be over to talk to you when I can. Every time you start yelling, you're interfering.
She's the one that she just snatched out of nowhere. She's mad because she took me out of the lease.
Mm-hmm.
She took me out of the lease. And I told these guys of the lease, I can't cash my check. I can't cash my check. What about her? So please talk to her.
Okay, so you came over here to talk to her about cashing your check?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you've been here for a couple hours. Okay, so what happened to make her run outside and call police? Because I'm seeing cuts on you and I'm seeing bruises on her. But you're not telling me what happened. And you're the one sitting in the back of a cop car right now.
I don't even know what happened.
Did she hit you?
All the time.
Who hit who first?
She does all the time.
So she hit you first?
All the time.
But today, I'm talking about today. You don't know if she hit you today? Huh? Do you have an idea on it?
She has it.
She has it?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you grab his ID for me?
No. I don't have it.
He said it's in the house.
No. I threw it in the bushes.
Where in the bushes? Because I need it.
Frank, love, whenever I however, oh my gosh, the front door is open and I don't even know where my dogs are. Oh, here, find the desk. I don't have his ID.
You said you threw it in the bushes. Where in the bushes did you throw it? Could you please go look over there?
So what's happening?
It's in the back of the cop car. You said he hit you, he beat you, you have a bump. Okay?
I don't have it. You can look up here.
Publishing portions of 19-054, or pardon, 05/4/9/BAT_DV-2. For the record, it is about 47 minutes, 20 seconds long. State will publish 000 to 2 minutes and 19 minutes to 22 minutes, and all evidence will go back to the jury with a scrub computer.
Where were you?
His brother and his ranting mother came over here, so it should be somewhere in here if they didn't find it. I don't have it.
There's I need it because it makes getting his information a lot easier if I don't have to keep asking him questions and I can just get it out there.
I'm not making any more difficult than I could. Friends, I'm not. I've already looked through here.
Okay.
Go get your stuff out over there. I'll get her started on the list. You know what I'm saying?
She also has my birth certificate. Listen, she said that she threw it in the bushes. I'm trying to find it. If you're looking here, you will be needing it.
You told me I'm not going to get one. I love you. I don't know what it is that you're asking me for.
Okay, maybe he didn't get to it yet. So I'm looking to see it. Oh yeah. It was the backside of this. If you get any more bruises that show up that you didn't see while we were here.
Can I show you all the other pictures that I have and I have documented?
He's going to jail for this, so the rest of that I can't really do anything about. But If anything else shows up, you can go take that paper down to
There's
headquarters.
not gonna be anything else because you're taking him down.
I
Put
mean,
him under the jail.
He's going.
Under the jail.
Okay. We're all set then.
What else do you, I could show you bloody fingers and bloody faces and black eyes and.
I know, it sounds like you guys need to probably not hang out with each other anymore.
Hello.
I know,
That's
I know,
why
but
I left him 3 weeks ago.
but this also isn't the first time, so, with both of you guys, with the cops out here,
No,
okay?
I've had to lie to you guys 3 times.
And you shouldn't have to do that, so let's make this maybe the last time.
Now I'm not lying.
And I appreciate that, okay, and you going, okay?
They're gonna come and tell me.
Who's that?
Just like I told the other sheriff, they're gonna come and tell me.
Okay. If you,
I want you to know that.
if
Look,
you're, are you talking about
Yes.
family?
yes.
Okay. So
I want you to know, I am full blown. They're gonna come and tell me.
go down to the courthouse, okay, and get an injunction against them. Did you get the pamphlet for the victim's rights
Yes.
pamphlet? Okay, so you know that there's a place where you can
They're
go tonight?
going to come and tell me.
Okay, so you got the victim's rights pamphlet, you know there's a place you can go tonight then? It's in the
It's
bed?
domestic. I'm gonna go sleep over her house.
Perfect,
Neighbors.
okay. You have any more questions?
Can I get come?
This much. I'm working. I get in trouble for that. Okay, have a good day. Okay, that's good enough. I know. Thank you. Okay,
I love it.
that's fine, okay. Have a good day now.
Look, and whatever the Mikey says,
Okay,
tell him
yes,
to
okay.
be a dick. Hey.
Okay, have a good night. See you man. Thank you. Okay, have a good day.
Tell him to.
Publishing video file axon_flex_2_video. It's the only one that starts with that name in this folder.
So, why don't you come on over and give me a written statement about what happened?
Where's the paper?
I have it over here by my car. Sure, just stay right there. Now go and get your stuff done over there, don't get her started on all this. You wanna sit down in here? Is that all right? Okay.
Mom! Don't leave!
Come on, let me call you, let's get this done.
I'm not getting arrested.
No, I'm getting a statement from you, you're not being arrested. So.
Okay, look, I'll come over and see you in like 5
Come on, miss.
Thanks, buddies. They know.
Let's get this done.
They know.
Okay.
Good.
Now, would you come in here so we can do your statement, please? And stop this. Sit down at the table and let's get your statement filled out.
He didn't believe I would ever do it. How much time before I start paying?
Sure.
Never thought I would do it.
Did you have?
What's your name on? Yes. I'm not getting arrested.
No, you're not getting arrested. I've already told you that.
Yeah. You can go to college. Go to
Just
college.
need your ID, please.
Go to college.
No, ma'am, I just need your ID, please.
Okay, look, I can write better on the couch.
I will give you the statement to write. I need your ID, please. I don't need to sit on the couch to fill this out. You can. I sit down all day, but I appreciate the offer.
Yeah, it's comfy. I just come down, sorry. Thank you, God, he's gone. Oh, man. Oh, man, they're gonna come up here and try and kill me. I want you to know that. They're gonna come up here and try and kill me.
Who's that?
His brothers and his mother and his father. They're gonna come over here and try and kill me.
Don't open the door for him.
It doesn't matter. They go out there and rant and bullshit and everything, and then they cause commotion, and then I get complaints against me. Anyway, my name is Sarah.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Sarah. I'm filling this out just a minute.
What's your name?
Jeff, Deputy Brown.
Jeff. Okay. We're all gonna be like that. Did he get caught up?
He will be. Do you have a phone number, ma'am?
407-716-8684. I'm not getting arrested.
Nope, you're not. Did you do something you should be arrested for?
No.
Okay.
For the last time I fought back. Or 20 days.
Do you have an email address, ma'am?
S is in Sam, K is in Kate, P is in Paul, _ 1800 @yahoo.com. You can totally come sit down over here.
I sit down all day. I appreciate the offer, but want to get this done for you. It's a little more comfortable for me to stand and do this.
I can't tell you how amazing it is. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to say that. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Holy crap, the car's still there.
Okay, come on in and sit down so you can get this filled out.
Okay.
And what I need you to do is you'll just print your name right where that X is, and then I need you to just write the story about what happened today.
Print.
Yep, please.
I don't even know what trigger it is.
So is this a husband, boyfriend?
Yeah.
Are you guys married?
No.
How long have you been together?
2.5 years.
Was he drinking or anything today?
Yeah,
Both of you?
I had to.
Okay.
Bless you.
Nothing wrong with that.
Here's my artwork thing, look, because I do artwork, look,
Okay, I need you to show us it. Very
I
nice.
do artwork.
Very nice.
I have a drink and some music and I do artwork.
No, nothing wrong with that. And who called the police? Did you call the
I
police?
did.
Okay.
I
Call
got it.
911?
Yes,
Very good. Has this happened before?
3 times. The last one that came up and they were like, oh yeah, we read your statement, so we know kind of who you are and what's going on.
So 3 times the police have been here? Was there ever,
Sheriff.
was it sheriff, were there reports written when they were here?
I'm not really sure about that, I didn't have to sign anything.
Okay.
Not worth it. Okay. I'm not really sure about what you're saying, I'm not too like.
What does it say? Can you read it to me?
Pulling me off the bed and being in the head and stuff, am I supposed to write all that?
Yep, everything that happened.
I'm supposed to write all that?
Yep, everything that happened.
All that?
Yeah.
You see my neighbors out there, because they know their children are about to come at the house and they know who he is.
And what was your phone number again? 407?
716. 407 716 866. I'm not getting arrested.
Nope.
Out in the car still.
County charge $25.
Okay.
Could you give me 424 case number, please?
Stopping publishing at 10 minutes, 0 seconds on that file. Proceeding to third folder, OCSO 19-055572. Publishing audio file 911 call, -first.
911, what is the location of the emergency? Well, I don't have an emergency here at my place, but my boyfriend was arrested, I think, last Thursday, and he has a no contact form, and he took it upon himself to come over to my house yesterday and took the bike that I bought for him, which is technically mine, and also my debit card. So, and okay, ma'am, if he bought it, then it's a gift. He didn't. Okay, that's fine. I need my debit card though. Like, I have my 8-year-old son coming over here, I came to buy groceries for him. Okay, then what's your debit card? My address is 4748 Branch, FRANTV, okay, 4. So what's your apartment number? 3? Your apartment number? 3? Okay, just to make sure I heard you right. Sure. Okay. Has he used anything else with his credit card? Yeah, he bought beer and cigarettes. Yeah. Alright. Sorry, ma'am, what's your name? Sarah, Sarah. Okay, Sarah, you call back to 407-716-8684? Yes, okay. And he's at his parents' house right now, so if you need the actual address over there or whatever needs to be done. I'm sorry, Sarah, what did you say? He's actually at his parents' house right now, so I don't know. Okay, well, we're up to you first to make a report, okay? Gotcha. All right, I'm gonna get all this information in here, but consider it done to you. I need to, send the deputy, okay? All right, so when did this happen? Yesterday. So, ex-boyfriend? Yeah, I mean, technically he's my boyfriend, but yeah, at this point he's my ex. Alright, what's his name? George, Jorge. Last name? Torres, Torres. Okay, by chance do you know how old he is? He's 41. 2/13/78. Okay. So Douglas, please can recognize you. Are you white, black, or Hispanic? I'm white. So what color shirt pants are you wearing? Right now I'm wearing a blue shirt with white sweatpants. And there's a green pineapple on my door because it covers up the three. Okay. Do you have any weapons on you or in your home? No. I mean, I have a baseball bat, but that's just only when I'm here by myself or me and my little 8-year-old. And you said the pineapple covering the three? Yeah, the green pineapple covering up the three that says welcome. And I have a little bird flag out front. Okay. All right, sir, we're going to the detective available to you, okay? No worries. All right. Thank you very much for your help. You're very welcome. Bye-bye. Okay, bye.
Publishing audio file 911 call -2nd.
911, what is the location of your emergency? I don't necessarily have an emergency. It's 4748 France Court.
4748, what's the street name?
I'm sorry, what?
4748 and the name of the street.
France Court.
And what's going on there?
It's no contact thing.
Okay.
You go here again.
Okay, is it French?
Stop me penetrating.
Okay, is it Branch Court or French Court?
FRANCD.
What's the appointment number?
3.
And what's going on there?
Too much.
Okay. What's going on?
Oh my, I don't know what my dog, she's deaf. Hold on a second, please. I'm sorry, hold on. Come on. No, I gotta go to the place. I'm sorry, hold on one second. I'm so sorry to take your time. Go, get out. Oh,
Ma'am, what's your name?
Sarah.
Okay.
Get out of here. You pecked my pantry.
Hello? Hello, ma'am. Do you need a deputy?
No.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry, what did you ask me?
Do you need a deputy?
No, not necessarily. I'm trying to get my dog. I have a blind dog and a deaf dog. I'm trying to get them in outside.
Okay, you're dialing 911.
Yes.
Okay, and you don't need a deputy?
He's here again. Take it. That's mine in full voucher. You're in my pantry.
And who's this person to you? Hello, ma'am?
Yes. Well, the first office you're gonna send somebody. So, I'm okay. Regardless. I know how it works. I'm okay. That's not yours. Hello?
I'm still here.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Okay. Yeah, so Okay. Okay, you're just somebody regardless, so like, do what you gotta do.
Alright, have a good day.
Publishing the one video in this file that starts with file name Axon.
What's up, bro?
It's you guys!
It is. So what happened? What's going on now? Did this just happen?
What? No.
I said earlier.
Oh, no, when I moved in, we dropped it.
So who called? So what's happening?
They're asking you, not me.
Yeah, you speak to him, I'll speak to you, man. Come here.
Exactly. It's so nice!
So I'm guessing you called for a reason, right?
Only 24 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but you do realize he's here though, right? Have you been drinking?
I had a drink.
Okay.
It was raining.
I didn't drink.
No,
Look at the door, like, you know, I'm like, oh my God.
Okay, well.
Yeah, after he's here. Yeah, you can stay right here. You can stay right here. He doesn't know that he doesn't know how to do it. We left it earlier. We respected your wish earlier. Yeah, we respected your wish earlier, okay? But he's here. Okay? If we get his permission. That's the only reason. Yeah, I have to let him go. You can stay right here. He doesn't have to know. He doesn't have to know. He doesn't have to know. Oh, you can sit back. It's not raining. It's just sprinkling. It's okay.
Go in the corner if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, but I'm literally begging you, don't. Okay?
Yeah, but you know he's gonna have to. Shit.
Last week, we got into I guess a physical or whatever, I don't know. I got taken out of here without no shirt, no shoes or whatever.
And then you went and saw the judge, right?
Yes.
And what did he say?
The judge was like,
Was it a female or male?
female.
Female? Okay.
Yes.
What, you don't know what she said?
He was bad.
Yes. My head hurts, so yeah, so he's gonna find, don't grab. That's a dog. I know. No, this is a thin blue line bracelet. Okay. And what was written on it? Stop. I did not get it. You didn't do it at all. You didn't get, did you get any form of paperwork? I got paperwork, but I didn't get. What was that paperwork for? Paperwork was, X. And what does this say? No. With who? With who? With her. But she never said anything like that. It was just the judge that put it. The judge is the one that matters, right? Is it? Is she? I believe so. She's above us. Is she above her? She's the judge. She's the law. Okay. You guys don't want to take me in. Is my other guy here? Okay. So here's the deal, man. Your paperwork says that you can't have any contact whatsoever with her. Okay. And if you do, it's a new charge. Okay. So.
I like contact.
Have you been? Has she been drinking today? Have you been drinking? Okay. How long have you been here since?
I'm gonna be honest. You guys came here. She called me.
We know. Because we went to your work of employment. And they told and they told us that you just left. Yep. And we knew that she called you. We knew that. We knew she called.
Oh, it's just she called me and said,
Yep. You're correct. Okay, so you know what's gonna happen, right?
yes.
Okay. Stand up, Brooklyn. You can take one last puff.
Yes. Please?
Yeah, one last, go ahead. Yeah, just put it out real quick.
Alright.
One more.
Wait, no, why?
Never make sure that you
Relax. Okay? I want you to be off your head. I want you to know around us.
Right, you promised.
I don't think they promised you that.
I did it earlier.
Well, that was earlier. This is a transaction. Right?
I didn't call.
You didn't say you called.
See, I told you.
But you did you call him earlier?
See, I told you.
Because he just told us. And we know, the store told us.
I told you. Wait, is there anything that you do?
You're good. You can stay right there.
No, is there anything that he's not? Not.
No, man, you know he has no contact order on a judge. He can't be here.
Okay.
Alright, buddy.
You need her for anything?
No, we don't. We have her information already. So here's what's gonna happen, bud. You're gonna take the ride back down, and because it's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you're gonna see a judge tomorrow morning. You're gonna see her today. And it might be the same judge that gave you no contact order. Okay? That's it. From here on out, bud, until that case is resolved, you cannot come here. Okay? Or have contact with her, even if she invites you. Okay? She called us earlier and told us that you guys had no contact order, okay? She didn't want anything charged, nothing. But we told her because it's domestic, instead of Florida has to. Okay? So, alright, bud? Just make sure he's got nothing on him. Hey, you have anything on you, right, bud? Okay. We'll make it as cordial as can be. Okay? We promise, man, alright? What is that?
I love you, babe. Don't take it easy. You hear me? I love you. Call Prophet Mom. Tell her that Carol, call Prophet Mom.
I'll make him over there. Great. I would
No. It's alright, man. George, give me your mom's and your father's. This is Sarah. I don't know it. You don't see no, Sarah? What's the charges against?
So the domestic battery charge that he got hit with last week or whatever it was, he was given a no contact order by the judge. Okay, whether she invites him or not,
I know.
he knows he can't be here. So he was here this morning, and she called us this morning. Okay, he's now back, and he knows by the he can't get my contact. No, he gets a phone call and he's down there. Yeah, he gets when he gets in. Well, if you have a piece of paper real quick, you can get it for me and we'll give it to him.
You don't know your mother's number? She had.
If you can get it real quick, we'll give it to him.
Can I get his mother's number?
Yeah, make sure that.
Publishing from folder OCSO 19-078009. First item is a PDF of photographs. Second item is the single video starting with Axon.
Oh, I have been here.
Yeah, I thought you looked familiar.
Because the last time I was here, you guys had a fight at the bar. And you
No,
oh my gosh.
No, we
Or
haven't.
he came home from a bar. Someone came home from a bar. Hey, who's that? Jorge, George?
Yeah, watch out for the flying line. Is she there? She's dead. Can you just do that? No problem.
What's going on, Ty?
You didn't think I'd call? Go, sis.
Okay, come on, George. Off couch.
No, they're not staying on there.
Off the couch. Okay. And then you think this is playtime?
No, baby.
Sarah, are you serious?
Yeah, I don't want being punched in the neck.
Are you kidding?
Told you I will not hesitate.
That's okay.
Alright, hold on. Has the woman brought outside the street for gloves?
Oh, he's nice enough to actually give you your shoes from last time.
Ma'am, you want to get your ID from me?
Yes.
Sarah, are you serious right now?
Did you have a wallet you want to bring with you or a cell phone? All right.
Sarah, are you serious? Sarah, are you serious?
Punch me in the neck again.
Sarah, are you serious?
Am I allowed to do something George should not talk about?
Yeah, you can. I'll be right back with you. We're gonna go talk down here. Can you grab the paperwork?
Yeah.
We're gonna sit right there and punch up. And then you guys go. Don't go nowhere, all right?
You sure you don't want me to watch him?
Yeah, come on. That'll work too.
She's the one that hit me, and I'm the one that gives life to her.
Well, let's just get down to the bottom of it, okay?
Alright. George, I want to talk to you. I want to ask some questions. I have you in handcuffs, so I've got to read you something real quick, okay? Do you understand?
Yes.
Alright. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used in a court as evidence against you. You are entitled to talk to an attorney now, have him present now, or at any time during questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you without cost. Do you understand these rights as I've read them to you? Okay. At any point hereafter you wish to remain silent, have an attorney present, all questioning will stop. Do you understand that? So even if you want to talk to me at first and you change your mind, just let me know. Okay? Alright. Has anyone at any time threatened, coerced, or promised you anything in order to induce you to make a statement? Have I promised you anything? Have I bribed you? Have I said, hey, if you tell me, give me a statement? Has any of that happened? No. Okay. Do you understand these rights as I've read them to you? All right. So, what were you two fighting about tonight?
We weren't fighting at all.
Okay.
That's
Were you
he's
fighting?
cutting her.
I'm going to take that in there so that.
Step 5, step 0, Country Circle number
Okay. I'll take the statement and get the statement done.
Oh, with him?
Huh?
From him?
No, for her.
Okay.
That way you can fill this out while you're 10 12 with him.
Sarah.
I'll get her information from her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, listen. Why are you so angry? What up?
I don't.
Okay, can you explain the bruises she has? Those don't come from nowhere. I want your version of what happened. Okay, so you did hit her. Okay, so she did in your face and argue, you got her to keep her away from you?
keep saying that you did it all the time, but you're not. I don't think you did nothing to her. So she didn't, you know, you're going on the fence, tell me. You just said it wasn't the fence, so if you get ready to get set up, you figured you could start. That's fine. Okay. Sarah? No, you say that. I know, I've been under the book. You're going for it, let me know. I think you're fighting. No. What happened?
Digital 2220 million means an hour ago. Today, 66 complainant, 3028 Riverdale, 3028 Riverdale, an hour ago via text message code 32013.
Sorry about that. Sarah, stop calling for it. Not welcome down there. I know, but I'm not gonna change things. I know why. Because you have a phone. Not a battery. And when I try to get the straight story, you don't wanna give it to me. I'm sitting this chair, please. You have your chance. Alright. I've tried. Alright. And now that you're going in the back of the car, you wanna give me a story. It doesn't work that way. I've been nothing but polite to you, trying to talk to you, trying to get straight answers. Okay. And you're beating around the bush. I'm not. Yes, ma'am. Do not start kicking and banging on things, okay?
Sarah, what's your phone number? What? What's your phone number? I don't know your phone number. Sarah, what's your phone number?
It's not him asking, it's us.
You said, hey, what? Thank you.
320 outlets of Verbal 711 and 10601 North 2 at Moss Park, complainant versus the business, reference to recon, out of 2017. Complainant is a female, pretty sure, with a gray non-CRB.
Can you guys not put on music, please?
Okay.
Please.
Fifth folder, OCSO 19-079759. First file is a PDF starting 48-2019. Second file is an audio file, 911 call, publishing.
It's not technically an emergency, just, you guys have been there so many times before. I'm not there, but I'm just trying to go home.
What is the address?
4748 France Court.
What was the street name? Brant's Court?
France. F as in Frank, R-A-N-T-Z as in zebra.
Oh, is it France?
I don't know if it's there or not. I'm sorry?
Ma'am, is it France Lane?
I'm guessing so. It's France Court, but it always comes under France Lane.
Okay, what exactly is going on?
I would like to go home, but I can't go home because he's there.
Okay, do you have some sort of restraining order against him, or
He has a no contact.
is there an apartment number?
3.
1 second.
I'm at my former husband's house right now because I can't go home. I don't even know if he's there or not. He was there earlier, but I can't go home.
Okay, so do you want us to do a standby with you?
What do you mean?
Like, escort you to the residence, or that, I'm not understanding what you like.
If I could please, can you guys go over there and just see if he's there? I'm pretty sure he locked me out earlier, so I think he's probably there still. I'm not going over there with him then. I'm not.
Okay, does he live there?
No.
Okay, so how is he inside the residence then?
He has a key that he took.
Okay, so is he breaking into the apartment?
He's not breaking, he's already in the apartment. As far as I know, I don't know, like, if he's there or not. He knows where I had my key.
Okay, what we can do is we can meet you a block away from the residence and go with you to the residence.
I don't know. I tried calling him to ask him to leave if he's not already. So I have my 8-year-old that I'm trying to watch out for right now. So I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing. I just want to go home.
Okay, if you want to go home and you're not sure if he's there or not, we can meet you when you're about 5 minutes to a block away and go with you to make sure he's not there.
Okay, well, okay. I'm about to be honest with you, kicked out of my apartment because you guys get calls so often, and like the brigade comes and this, that, and everything, and like the neighbors complaining about everything. I'm trying to avoid that. I just want to go home.
Okay, regardless, the deputies are going to go to the apartment, whether it's with you, what I'm suggesting you do, or it's what you want to do. Just have them go to the apartment. So regardless, people are going to see that there's deputies going to that address.
Okay, so when I called you guys like a couple of days ago, and they didn't make like, not a ruckus, but like they made it like incognito, which is what I need, because I'm going to get kicked out of my place.
Okay, when we do a standby, ma'am, all we're going to do is accompany you to the address and the deputy to make sure that he is not there, and then they will leave. If that's all that's going on in this situation right now that you're calling for, it's not going to be like a big deal.
And what happens when he is there?
If he is there and you don't want him there, you can have him trespass. They're going to make sure he can leave. I mean, if he does not live there, like you're saying, if he should not be in there, you can trespass him. You already have a no contact order with him. They will remove him.
Okay, well, there was an altercation earlier, and I'll be honest with you. There was an altercation earlier. So that's when he came in, the altercation happened. So that's when I left. I fled. Barefoot. Now I'm at my former husband's house.
Okay, would you like the officers to meet you where you're at right now?
I don't want to get arrested. I don't, because I fought for myself, and I have my 8-year-old, and I just want to go home and sleep in my own bed right now. But I did fight back, I'm not going to lie. So.
Okay, well, I mean, if you're wanting us to meet with you or go to your house, I mean, I don't know what they're going to do. If they're either going to arrest anyone, arrest you, arrest him. That's all up to the deputy and what he concludes from the situation that's going on. So it's right now it's just up to what you want to do right now. If you want to do a standby, we'll accompany you to the residence. I mean,
yeah.
It's really just what you want to do.
I know. I have to take my son to school tomorrow. Or what I could do is I can have a deputy call you about the matter. If you want to speak to a deputy directly, and if you want to do that first before having us respond out there.
Yes, please.
Okay. What's your name?
Sarah?
Hold on a second, Sarah.
Thank you for your help.
Not a problem.
Actually, more ways than one.
And is a good phone number for you 407-716-8684?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to set up a call for a deputy to call you over the phone, so you can talk to them directly and see what they say about the situation. And when they call you, it'll be from a blocked or restricted number. So if you get a call like that, just make sure you answer. That's going to be the deputy, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If anything changes or you decide you just want us to come out and give us a call back, okay?
Yes. What was your name?
My name's Rachel.
Rachel, thank you so much for your help, and I've got the phone right here on my lap.
Okay, perfect. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Publishing the one video in the folder, starting with 1924, from 0 minutes to 20 minutes, 41:30 to the end.
You know, they, yeah, both of these. Told me already.
Is there a back door or a sliding door?
Yes.
No.
If you go to 10-12, just let us know. Well, thought that was open for a second.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Locked. That's on. You're the best, locked.
Anyway, you wanna call your ex-husband? You got a phone?
There's a charger, that's.
It's not in the house.
Near the elevators on the second floor, we believe.
That's not to say that it's not in there, just because the doors are
Here's
locked.
one to be, so I can purple shirt.
I don't understand.
Front door.
You think he's inside?
Yes.
Okay, well, we need a key so we can get inside, so he's inside. That's what.
And if your phone's gonna die, there's a charger in back on the back side of the porch.
Oh, yeah. Hey, the keys in the house is not coming with the door, but you have my spare key. I can't get in. If there's no other way of me getting in my house. Unfortunately, can you please bring me my spare key? Yes, please. The front door and back door. I have no way of getting in.
Where do you live at now?
I'm sorry?
Is that you said that's your ex?
Last night, right down the street.
Oh, perfect.
He'll be here in like 2 minutes.
Perfect, thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Is this your, who do you think is your ex-boyfriend, is that correct?
This is my place.
Okay. What, the boyfriend or ex-boyfriend?
I don't know what's going.
Somebody related?
Yes.
Okay. Does he not have any weapons?
No. No.
He was arrested last week for bad behavior.
You guys actually want to take a picture right here? You can see that.
Saw he was arrested before, was that also, like, last week?
Here. Look. That's why I called you. And again, I was sleeping. You did say when I was sleeping.
How much did he have to drink tonight?
Only God knows.
How much did he have to drink tonight?
2 drinks. And that was what, 4 hours ago?
So what's the layout of the house? Is it both floors? Is this part here? Or is that, so these 2 windows right there?
What kind of vehicle does he drive?
It's a bike. But I bought some.
See a little bit of movement on the drive.
It's about how my dog, I have a divine dog and a deaf dog.
Oh, gotcha.
So I have a feeling it's probably tennis. This is the best one.
Does he have anywhere else to go? Or is this the only place he has?
Here's his parents' house right here.
Where's that at?
80-30-15 Baja Boulevard. It's down the street next to where the Prosecutors, you know where that is.
Oh, gotcha.
Guys, can I say something now?
Sure.
If both doors are locked, he has to be in there.
Why is that? You can't lock it from the outside?
No,
Doesn't he have a key here for here though?
unless he took my spare key, which I'm pretty sure he probably did. He has to be in there. Especially the back door.
Is the spare key, was the spare key in the house?
I headed outside because he locks me out all the time. So I'm gonna say that then. If those doors are locked, he has to be in there. Y'all can have to see, y'all can open the door.
Hey, you're gonna stay outside till we make sure it's nobody's inside.
I'll come back. Thank you so much.
Hanging out here.
I'm not going in there. There's no weapon.
George?
There's no weapon.
Ask for a minute. Ask for a minute.
That's Lucas's.
Reference building, sir.
I know, but
County 120,
It's not possible.
124 Charlie.
I'm just telling them.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
Can we get minimum traffic for a building session? Everybody make announcements? Yep.
You guys don't have to do that.
Man, we have a way to do things. Just let's do our thing, okay? Make announcements. Sheriff's office, you in there, come on out. A little louder. Sheriff's office, you in there, come on out. I got a dog. George! Hello. Yeah. We have a ton of plants on the right side.
Just when you get that stairwell, just fuck your toe right up, or don't go up, that's when you got up. George! Please! If you're up there, let us know, because we're coming up anyway. Go ahead. Run, whenever you're comfortable.
Yeah. Open door right there.
I think that's the kid's bedroom.
Okay. Just get that way for me.
I got it.
Have someone come in. Bring you going that way. Boy! Show your hands. Come on with your hands up. George, step out with your hands up. Put your hands behind your head.
Hey, turn around, face away from me. Turn around. Walk back to me. Walk back. Just being the thing right now. Why didn't you tell us? Interrupt you. Huh? When I think you didn't hear it, there's a reason you're sitting in the bathroom. That's what.
And once we're trying to one off, spending those to go back normal.
Hey guys, can I, before we go,
We're not doing anything right now. Alright, we're not even taking out a room.
I know.
I'm gonna sit you down on the bed right here.
Okay.
Move.
Okay.
Alright. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What happened today? Got a line here?
Yeah.
You just gotta pull the thing?
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't even know what the heck happened.
There's a reason you're hiding the bathroom, so don't act like we're not up here for no reason.
No, I know that.
Okay, so
I'm hiding in the bathroom because we had a discussion and as usual, and I am in the wrong.
Okay. Why?
I am with what is it called? It's called
No contract for it.
no. But we
How long have you been here? How many days since you got released? When did you get released? Because you were arrested last week, right?
Yeah.
Alright, when did you get out?
Let's say 3 days ago or something like
It
that.
was on the weekend?
Yeah,
Today's Wednesday, or was it Monday? Or was it this weekend or was it Monday?
the weekend.
Okay, after that, did you guys talk and come back here and yeah, this weekend? And everything was fine between you two? So tonight, what happened tonight?
I don't know what happened tonight.
George? 3 cops standing in front of you, you're hiding in the bathroom.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay. That's not for no reason, right?
Wifey is nuts, and she always freaking starts stuff, and she.
So that's what I'm asking, I'm telling you what happened.
She puts it on me
Okay. She puts it on you.
all the time.
Well, none of that gives me any insight as to what happened tonight.
Nothing.
You both are very vague. She's very vague, you're very vague. Any more than vague,
What is she being vague about?
I can't discuss what she's discussing until you discuss to me, right?
We just want to hear your side of things, but this is
Oh, everybody wants to hear my side
Yeah.
all the time.
George, I didn't know you, okay? Because this isn't the first incident between the two.
No, I know
She's
that.
been arrested as well, hasn't she?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me what happened. Y'all drinking?
Yes.
Both of you?
Yes.
Okay. I can smell alcohol on her, so I know I already knew that, obviously. But,
We've been going through a lot. Right now, I work at Ace right here, across the street. We're going through a lot, and they're about to shut down and whatnot.
that Ace?
Yes.
Okay. Just tell her not to come second.
May I please have some water?
Just wait, there's you can't drink that for right now? Oh, you can't come in here for right now. Okay, you're gonna have to wait. Give us a couple minutes.
Are you injured in any way?
No.
Any shape, fashion?
No.
Did she injure you today? Did she hurt you? Maybe emotionally or whatever? Any physical injuries? No?
I'm the one. I'm always the one.
Perjury, they all saying that, yeah, they're saying that.
I'm always the one.
But you're the only one saying that. Nobody here's saying that. But if you don't help me, how can I help you? If you don't tell me what happened, how can I help you?
That's my woman.
Okay. Sometimes that's what it is. Is that as much as you want to give me?
What's she saying?
Jorge, I told you I can't say that. If you're not going to tell me what's happening, I'm not going to tell you what she told me just so you know exactly what it is. I can't feed you information. Why don't you ever call us?
Why?
Why not?
Would you call you? Would you call?
Look, I've never been in that position, so I can't say.
That is your beefcake.
It ain't like that. My girlfriend's small, but she's crazy, so.
I am, what am I gonna say? I'm actually wrong right now.
You're in the wrong right now?
Yes.
No matter what way you're saying you're in the wrong, no matter what way you cut it?
No way, shape, or form, you know that I am.
I can respect the responsibility, because most guys won't even take responsibility.
You're gonna take me in no matter what.
Hey, well, that ain't actually necessarily true. I take girls to jail all the time, but that battery all the time.
No, you're gonna take me in because I did the no contact.
You know what that no contact said?
Yeah, I'm fucked.
What did it say?
I am fucked.
What are you not supposed to do?
Oh man, you're the one that took me this time. How you?
I think it was better than all.
It wasn't me, I don't work this side.
Yeah, they're not, they're a little similar. They look a little.
Our hairstyle's the same.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not the same guy, I promise.
No, I promise you, I would remember you. It's not me. Well, what did no contact order tell you? What did the judge tell you?
Was not
You don't know.
in contact with her at all.
What about in relation to this place? Are you allowed to come back?
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Let me ask you this, do you just have no place to go?
No, I got a place to go, but
Your mom's place?
Yeah.
They still over there by Twisty Tree?
yeah.
Okay.
I do my homework.
But before you guys take me, can I get at least shoes on?
What kind of shoes you want? You want some comfy ones, some fly ones?
Like those, not fly ones.
These? I like these leather ones.
Get the blue ones, please.
This one right here?
Yes.
What shirt you want?
And that black one right there.
This black shirt?
Yes.
You want socks?
Yes, they're right there.
You got a wallet? Phone?
My phone's downstairs.
That's it. Have a wallet.
Not that shirt.
There's another black shirt that's comfy. Maybe it's this one. Is that the other one? They're both inside out, I don't know.
The Ace? Yeah.
You like the Ace one?
Yes.
Alright, we'll do that one.
Can I, please, sir?
Please what? What do you need?
So I can put them on?
Oh yeah, we'll handle that in a second. Let's get the shoes on.
Okay.
Where do you say the socks were?
Okay. Yes.
Is black or white?
The white ones.
Okay.
How many years been together?
3 years.
3 years, really. Has it always been like this?
My phone's somewhere in the house. It don't really matter.
I'll ask her.
Okay.
Just step up right here for me, please. I'm just gonna get him. Are you okay? Oh, what? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, no, it's okay. Just a quick question. He's asking about his phone. Do you know where that'd be?
No, I don't know where it's from.
Okay. You don't have it in your vehicle or anything?
I do not.
Okay.
I happen to find myself. Wait. I need my car keys.
Okay. They're not on here. They're inside the house somewhere.
You seen them?
I haven't seen them, but they're in there somewhere. They're not on here because I had to search him before he got in the vehicle.
Is it too much to ask? If you could ask him where they are, please?
Okay.
I only have one, sir.
Okay. But you don't know where his phone is? Okay. She's asking about her car keys. She said we asked him, should we ask him right now?
He doesn't have nothing in progress, so.
Okay.
Where is she?
She's up behind your vehicle.
Yeah, do you want me to just take it out? Okay, yeah, hold on. Huh? No, he didn't have anything in his pockets. We can take pictures real quick, if you don't mind. We're gonna take one overall.
No, they are.
Man, do you want to stay right there? Actually, a little more this way, so we don't get the police car.
I heard we please, if you don't mind.
You said what? You want me to shine a light on it and get close?
No, actually, they can. Okay. He didn't have anything in his pockets.
I'm gonna go on the sideline.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
They're gonna be coming this way, so if you want. Okay.
You want to sign now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
One dog's sleeping downstairs and one's in your bedroom.
Coming from the area, someone else seen or heard?
You have any other questions? I'm sure they're in there somewhere.
That's it for that exhibit. The state is at the pleasure of the court and the jury if we want to proceed.
Can the parties approach for a moment?
Commission to publish 21, which was P for identification.
You may proceed, sir. Are they audio or video?
It'll be video, thank you.
Are these redacted, Counselor?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, members of the jury, I have an instruction just to read to you with regard to States 21 that you just saw.
That was 22.
I'm sorry, States 22, forgive me. Members of the jury, you have viewed and listened to video and audio recordings. The court instructs you that the recordings have been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of this case. The fact that the recordings have been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you viewed, listened to, and consider this evidence. Thank you. State, you may proceed.
States 21's DVD in its main folder is labeled a folder of attachments, and then there's a file labeled extraction going into folder attachments. First file being published is img_0665.mov. Date modified metadata indicates 12/3/2019, 2:05 p.m.
Whenever you leave the house, just let me know where you're going.
And you're gonna let me leave.
Yes. Just let me know where you're going.
And I get to leave the house.
Yes.
Exit.
Just let me know where you're going so at least I know where you're at.
Anything else you'd like to add?
I love you.
So it's not yank me back in the house and sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up?
No.
Yank.
No. Just let me know where you're going so I know where you're at. So if you don't come back, there's no certain time. You don't have to come home at a certain time because I'm not. You're grown up. I just want to know that if it does surpass a certain time, that's like shit. Where's she at? I know where you told me you were gonna be in. So that way I can go and.
So I'm not allowed to have friends.
Yes, nobody said you can't have friends.
I need to go see Boo.
You can go see whoever. I just don't want you to go frolicking with male friends. By yourself because you know what's happened already. You understand what I'm saying?
So I get to go see Boo.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I get to go see Boo.
I don't care about Boo. You can go to see Boo. Do you understand what I'm saying though?
Next video is a long file name that starts with 2A494, and it's the only one that will show up with that search. Date modified indicates 12/29/19, 12:26 p.m.
Hi. Fuck you.
I don't know what the fuck you talking about, dude.
Let's just tell everybody you got crumpled on the bed.
Crumpled? Crumpled. The word you're using is crumpled? Alright, so this is my sheesh, you gotta put it all over my face, dude. I know you're showing me, but you gotta put it all. What the fuck is that? Stop.
Bum rushed.
Yeah, you're bum.
I bum rushed you.
Yeah, whatever. Anyways.
What was the choice?
So the choice was to beat your ass or get my ass beat or whatever.
No.
Huh?
Twas.
Huh?
Twas.
Twat?
Twas.
I like twat. I've been trying to get twat from this woman. trying to. Pardon me. The phone. Man. I've been trying to get some of that right there. She's on some other shit. Oh, what's going on? She's trying to film me, filming her, and blah, blah, blah.
I'm cloning you.
And she's, yeah, you are. You are cooler than me. You are cooler than me. She is cooler than me. She is. Beyond cooler than me.
Oh, I want to get this on film tape. Did I take your cigarettes today?
No.
Did I take your cigarettes to the beach?
No.
But who was blaming on?
You. I blame it on you. Sorry. I apologize. Can I walk around this way and actually film it better? I don't want darkness because you're not dark. Ah, oh, there she goes. There she goes. What are you filming? You filming me filming you? You filming me filming you?
What's the latest thing you've done me wrong by?
Man, I watched porno. Hey. Wait. It stopped.
My husband.
Also, I was watching porno. She don't like that. I'm not shrugging my shoulders or anything like that. Like it's not a big deal.
After you begged and pled and cried.
Yeah.
We trust you.
I know. I'm not shrugging my.
Say it. Begged.
Yes.
Pled. Cried.
You begged.
I didn't. You did.
Well, whatever. Okay. Yeah, I did.
Say it.
I begged and
Pled.
And
cried. For me to trust you.
For you to trust me. But again, I'm not sure.
Did you?
Did I watch porno again? Yes, I did. But
good.
Next is a video starting with 3BB0C. Metadata shows date modified 12/29, 12:36 p.m. of 2019.
Yeah. So you remember this. Are you drunk right now?
No.
How much alcohol did you drink?
Enough to be drunk.
You're slurring your words. You're sleeping up against the door right now.
Yeah, because I want to be next to you.
Did I not tell you to not bother me?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is it you come up and do? What time is it right now? It's 1:20 a.m.
Okay. I haven't bothered you since then. I just go to sleep.
But didn't I tell you before at 9:30 to not bother me at all?
Yes.
Because why?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Nope. Because I've been up since 4 a.m. since yesterday when you fucked with me.
Yes, ma'am.
I know how much vodka was in that bottle. And what's the bottle now?
kind of, to throw it out.
What does that mean?
One more drink.
The bottle's empty. I know how much vodka was in there. Enough for 2 people to have a really good time. And who drank it? I want it to be documented that I'm leaving you, which means that you're getting out. You're getting out. You're getting out.
Nobody's leaving nobody. Stop.
And the reason why you were even downstairs and weak enough to get drunk was because you don't give a shit about me. You don't listen to what I say. Special things that I keep on my front page of my phone so I remember to tell you about it because of how special and fun it is. I always bother you. I always bore you. You don't listen to me. Yesterday was my first day at work, remember? And I ended up 90% hearing about your day and 10% about mine.
You don't bother me or anything with that. So sometimes you just you overwhelm me. That's the problem. You overwhelm me.
By telling you about my first day at work?
No, dude, you just overwhelm me about every other thing too. Not just first day at work.
So I'm overwhelming you by telling you about the 4th highest paid baseball player. That's a client of ours.
I'm not starstruck.
I don't even know who the guy is.
I don't even.
So the reason why, so you fully admit now that you didn't care and you did brush me off in the car. Midway sentence. Because you're not into baseball.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying.
I want to go to sleep. Go downstairs.
I
I'm leaving you, and I'm going to try and cancel plane tickets.
No.
Because I don't do special things for people like you that are doing this, like, to me, after I asked you at 1:21 in the morning.
I'm not doing it.
I wanted to be asleep. I wanted to stay asleep, which is why I got into bed at 8:30.
I know, I'm not doing it.
I told you not to step foot in the bedroom. So what do? Nonetheless, you're drunk. The amount of alcohol, I know how much was out. I know how much was in there. That's why I could smell you in the bed before you actually got me up. I can smell you from here. You're despicable.
I'm not despicable. I'm not even doing anything.
Leave me alone.
Okay?
You're not gonna remember shit. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not doing nothing right now.
Get away from me. Get away from me. You do everything to me all the time. All the time. Heartache and pain is what you cause me. Heartache and pain.
How is that?
Keep going. And I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. You get on your fucking little bike and go to fucking work tomorrow. Don't look at me. Don't come close to me. Don't touch me. Do you understand?
What do you mean?
As of this moment, and until I can get you out, get the fuck out of here. I dare you. Yep, look at it. Like, get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I will scream bloody murder. Get away from me.
Dude, nobody's doing anything.
I'm gonna fucking hurt you.
Nobody's doing anything. And you're filming it.
Let me go.
Somebody's doing that.
I'm asking you, George, to get away from me. Please get away from me. Get away from me.
Yeah, I am. That was your function, dude. Malfunction. No, your malfunction is you, dude.
Okay, whatever you say. Whatever you say. Holy shit, the whole hallway just reeks of you up here. First it's shit, now it's alcohol. Don't step foot in this bedroom. I can't even breathe. Like, it's disgusting. Like, it's disgusting.
Keep filming when it's looking like. Good night, Sarah. Love you.
I don't love you. I don't like you. I don't want to be with you.
Next video starts 456. That's the only file that starts with that. Date modified metadata, 12/29/2019, 4:04 p.m.
And I'm not gonna have no Hindenburg situation, no Titanic situation, okay? Today's gonna be a good day. Yes, I'm missing my mustache right now. And later on, everything's gonna go off. Truth, facts. Truth and facts. All of this is gonna be missing later on. We'll take another video again later on when it happens. Love y'all, whoever watches this video.
No, that's not approved.
The FDA says it's approved.
So it's gonna be a good day all day.
Yes, it is. Even when I
All day.
shave all of this
All
off.
day.
Yes. Even when I shave all of this off.
All day.
It's gonna be an amazing day.
It's what time right now?
Shaboing
I
boing.
would say 9:30. 7 o'clock maybe.
Shaboing boing. That's what we're doing later on. Shaboing boing. You can stop filming now.
It's not good enough.
It's gonna be a great day. Today's a great day to have a great day. Boom. Cut. Somebody come in with the. Can somebody come in with the? Can you not?
Next file is image_093.mov. Metadata, date modified 1/3/2020, 2:48 p.m.
It's 6:13 and I asked him not to play music. Because I told him that I was gonna go to shit.
Next file is img_0975.mov. Metadata shows date modified January 19th, 2020, 2:58 p.m.
Good time.
Sirens. 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 Sirens and sirens and sirens. And in this cop car.
How about you get an umbrella and call me Camille underneath it?
Yeah, how about we forget about that? No, we won't.
I'll never be.
No. How about we keep going on? Okay, how about this? When beautiful Lucas is here, we don't listen to none of that. I don't want to hear sirens. It's just beep, 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 all that, whatever. I don't want to listen to that. It's every single day beeping and we hear enough of it out here in reality.
Are you gonna be nice tonight?
Yes. Yes. I promise you. I used to
Go for a walk.
by myself.
Yes.
No.
Go for a walk.
No, I'm just gonna chill out. If that's the case, I'll just chill out. So much like this.
Don't ever be a woman.
How can I be a woman?
Don't ever.
I can't. But I can somewhat understand.
Don't ever.
I can somewhat understand. Somewhat understand. I can somewhat understand, yes, where you're coming from. But when you have a child and it's like right now, this is too much. But we had a blast with them. Amazing.
Then you got out of sorts and pushed me, and you stole my phone and called Gray.
I got out of sorts. Why is it that I got out of sorts?
You pushed me.
I pushed you. I didn't push you. How do I get out of sorts all of a sudden? I don't want to hear it.
You drink too much and you're upset.
Drink too much.
Go get your fuck card shaped.
What are you talking about?
Your retard paper. Don't hit women.
Have I hit you? No. So where are you going with this?
I'm turning this off.
Tell me whatever it is that you have off. We'll get it. You can film me, take a picture of whatever you want.
You can tell you're automatically drunk.
I'm not doing.
Do I forget about it? No, I don't.
I'm not doing anything to you.
No, I
Sarah.
never do.
I'm not doing anything to you, Sarah.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
Sarita. I'm not doing anything to you.
Yet.
It's not yet. I will not.
Mr. J.
It is 5:28 and we have 3 minutes and 49 seconds of videos if the jury is capable of staying.
I got a thumbs up from the jury. You may proceed, sir.
Next image or movie is img_1011.move. Metadata shows date modified 2/2020, 11:42 p.m.
I understand. This is what happens when going upstairs to ask for where my car keys are. Because it takes you all the time. Where are my car keys? Where are my car keys? Where are my car keys?
Where are you with that? What are you talking about?
No, they're not. You took them.
Sarah, take your car keys. Caleb,
Where are my car keys?
where they at? All the time. What in the world are you talking about? They're in the, they're there with,
No, they're not.
Sarah. They're at the,
No, they're not. You took them. And why'd you walk away with them?
why would I take your freaking car keys?
Oh, you're not gonna curse now?
What are you talking about?
You took my car keys.
I didn't take your car keys.
You did.
Movie starting with file name B51, long file name. Metadata shows 12/29/2019, 4:04 PM modified.
I'm gonna go to court and I'm gonna tell the judge, listen, my fiance has nothing to do with it. It's all my fault. We were both drinking and it got out of hand. It's an isolated situation. It has never happened before. I love my fiance. She's a good woman. Never been in trouble in her life. She has a 7-year-old son that she loves and cherishes.
A blind Boston Terrier.
She has 2 dogs. One is blind, one is deaf. She goes around and she's driving and sees an animal that's injured. She'll stop in the middle of the street, no matter what kind of traffic it is, just to make sure that that animal doesn't get injured any more than what it already has. We both love each other. We both live together. Yes, every relationship has their arguments, but we are not the type of people that you guys are portraying us to be.
She especially.
Especially her. So please, if you can,
Dismiss.
dismiss this case.
Closed.
Drop it. She is not the type of person.
Good person.
She's a great person.
Angel.
I know she'd be an angel. She's close to it.
Best thing that has ever happened to you.
Yes, ma'am. I love you to death. And I hate that we're going through this.
Sign it.
What?
And they did.
You're good. I love you, baby. What else do you want me to say? God will prevail and He will take us out of this situation. Love you.
That'll be it for today, Judge.